What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Chip Brown will be joining us any moment now. He's down there on campus recapping a terrific Red River Shootout where the Texas Longhorns took it. I mean, just snatched that golden hat from the Oklahoma Sooners, 23-6, and the performance that Longhorn fans will remember for the rest of their lives. But appreciate everybody for rocking with us on this Monday, getting ready for Kentucky. Hey, even though you beat Oklahoma, the show still rolls on. So which Texas team we gonna see on Saturday? We'll be breaking it down all week. Hey, like, subscribe. Y'all know the deal. Hit us up. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X. We're everywhere. Instagram. Get the app if you ain't got the app. Y'all know how it goes, man. I ain't got to tell y'all, but sometimes y'all need a reminder. Especially some of y'all, like, I could smell the liquor still, through the computer for some of y'all listeners, because I have every right to keep on turning up after that performance on Saturday. And, hey, I feel two ways about it. Obviously, one way, feel great. You beat Oklahoma, no matter what your record is going into that game, it's great. But on the other hand, where's this team been? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we just now seeing this? Why did it take so long for this coaching staff to figure out the personnel of this team to say, maybe we shouldn't play the way we've been playing for the first 4 games and switch it up? Ain't nothing wrong with switching it up. You know what I'm saying? That could be for the best. We so prideful, man. We so prideful. I get it. You a $10 million man, Steve Sarkisian, your staff, everybody making money. Great money. Money that's going to change their families' lives. Generational wealth. You dig? I'm all about that. But what comes with that? A lot of pressure, a lot of responsibility, a lot of expectations. And I'm sure Longhorn fans will agree that first 4 games, they weren't living up to that. Offensive line problems, Arch Manning problems, Florida game. And then we started seeing defensive problems. We didn't even think we'd see that this year. We thought this defense will be money. This defense this past Saturday, if they play like that for the rest of the year, look out. Ain't nobody in the nation, that's Ohio State, Indiana, Miami, A&M, list goes on. Ain't nobody in the nation trying to see that Texas team we just saw on Saturday. Nobody. Gotta say it like Spike Lee in the Jordan commercials back in the day. Nobody is trying to see that Texas team. I am telling you. Just every phase of the game, it clicked. Even in the first half, when you're down 3 points, you feel good about that. You know what I'm saying? You felt good about that. Just the momentum where it was. That Texas team, they were struggling, but you saw the fight. You felt the difference in just the emotion and the intensity, which it's that game. It's Red River Shootout. That should be there regardless. But everybody seemed locked in. You know what I'm saying? I even Nick Brooks, man, who still didn't play great. He played way better than he did against Florida. Left guard for Texas. Seems like he's going to be the starting left guard, the freshman. Came in, supposed to be a tackle. They said, Neto, Collier, y'all ain't cutting it. Still a mystery to me, but watch that game back. Or if y'all were watching closely, I'm sure y'all have watched it back, Longhorn fans. Nick Brooks, his energy, it was hype. It was hype. I could appreciate his energy. On that Ryan Niblett punt return, which shout out to Ryan Niblett. If you own any type of establishment here in Austin where you serve food, drinks, whatever, and Ryan Niblett shows up and you a Texas fan, it's on you. That's just how it should be. I don't make the rules. Silas Bolden last year. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just that type of game, that type of play, Ryan Niblett, you a legend forever, brother. But who picked up Ryan Niblett? When everybody was on the sideline hyping up Ryan Niblett, that was Nick Brooks, man. That was Nick Brooks. Dude, Travian Wisner gets a first down. Nick Brooks running up there doing the first down point and shit. Like, bro, again, he didn't play great. Like, if you look at Pro Football Focus and Nick Brooks's grade, he was the worst on the offense. He had a 14.7 pass blocking rating. Pro Football Focus. 70 is average. 14, bruh. So he didn't play great. So that still worries you. You know what I'm saying? Luckily enough, this coaching staff realized, got to get the ball out of Arch's hands. That man, Arch Manning, he's smooth in that pocket, man. He's smooth. The footwork overall has gotten better from week to week because he's slipping and sliding. Our Mason Jr.'s crazy ass was up in that backfield. There were a couple of times Cole Hudson just gets blown by Nick Brooks, and Arch Manning just improvising, getting out of the pocket, keeping his eyes up the field. Nothing too crazy. The wide receivers, I'm going to make sure Chip gives, Ryan Wingo some credit, because sometimes you got to be on the same page as your quarterback. When the route doesn't work, when your quarterback has to get out and improvise and make something happen, you got to be on the same page as him. So maybe that OG original route that you were running before, kind of like what we saw on the DeAndre Moore touchdown, sometimes it just don't work out like that. We got to take it to the sandlot sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Coach can't draw it up perfect every time. Sometimes you a 5-star, you a 4-star, you a 3-star. You guys at Texas, sometimes you just got to go make a play. And I saw that a lot this past Saturday. And I see my man, he's back at the crib. He must have been doing 100 on 183 to get back to the crib from campus. The great Chip Brown in the building.
Hey, need more the words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. Zay, I think it's a whole lot easier to be happy today if you're a Texas fan.
Very.
Than it's been, because some stuff came together in that second half.
Man.
Some stuff came together. Now we got to see if it's got lasting powers. If it's got that, is it concrete or is it Play-Doh? Because, man, if this I was listening to you as I was racing home. If this team can be mature, can treat this, we heard today, Kentucky is an SEC championship game. And this is the mantra that they adopted last year after they lost, or 2 years ago when they lost to OU in midseason and had to scratch and claw. Of course, that was in the Big 12. Now you're in the SEC. And if you're hoping to win out and be a 10-2 team, then you do have to treat this like a SEC championship game, going to Kentucky, going to Mississippi State. And by the way, we learned today that the Mississippi State game will not be a night game. It will either be 2:30 or 3:15.
Nice.
So, but Kentucky this week, Lexington, 6:00 on ESPN. Better bring it.
Yeah, we ain't worried, man. I just saw Midnight Madness for basketball. They had John Wall up in there. The crowd's going crazy. They already in basketball mode, Chip. Don't even trip. This might be a game Matthew Caldwell could come in and get some bump. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a basketball school. You need to treat them like a basketball school. Now we got the recipe. There ain't no turning back. Steve Sarkisian, this is the recipe. What we saw against Oklahoma. Defense, being aggressive, flying around, blitzing, getting pressure on the quarterback. Colin Simmons locked in. Manny Muhammad locked in. Mookie Taft was out here talking shit, talking crazy. Mookie Taft hit John Mateer early got right in John Mateer's ear. Who knows what Mookie Taft said? I've had some Westlake dudes say some wild stuff to me. Who knows what Mookie Taft said? So, yeah, they need that mentality moving forward. Like, I just, where's that been? Why did it take this long? You know what I'm saying? I get it, like, in a way, bitching from a yacht a little bit, but how can you not question what we saw on Saturday and what we've seen the first 4 weeks of the season? Like, where did that come from? You know what I'm saying? Because, again, they still got to improve. I just threw out Pro Football Focus grades for Nick Brooks. 14.7 pass protection chip. Yo, man.
Hey, nowhere to go but up. Nowhere to go but up.
Nowhere to go but up. But he looked engaged. Like he was picking up Ryan Niblett. He was doing first down points. His energy was there. His performance, not so much, but it's a start. You'll take it.
I've never seen a transformative third quarter like that. That was the best third quarter of the Steve Sarkisian era. And for them to come out and convert all those third downs, it was incredible. Arch Manning goes 6 of 6 passing on the 14-play drive that took 7 minutes off the clock. It was converting 2 3rd and 8s, a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 4. And the confidence just grew from there. Because let's be honest, this offense has been what's holding this team back. Obviously, against Florida, all 3 phases didn't show up, which was disconcerting. But Sarkisian did some things to help this team too, like the quick passing game, getting the ball out of Arch's hands. He averaged 2.79 seconds instead of 3.23. That's a huge deal. And he was money. You know, Eric Henry was telling, he's like, this is the Quinn Ewers offense. And I'm like, yeah. And you know what? It's working. Because you go 15 of 15 on passes 5 yards or shorter. Guess what that does? And the first play was a tight end screen, 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Jordan Washington takes it for 13 yards. That builds confidence. Now, Nick Brooks' first start, they had a montage of bad Nick Brooks plays from the first quarter. Did you see that? Like the broadcast was like, Nick Brooks is struggling and was like holding, false start, blah, blah, and you're like, oh boy, hope this move on the offensive line works. But here's the thing. Now you're seeing Arch Manning be the calming force. Arch Manning, 21 of 27. And he's in charge. He's running this offense. So Steve Sarkisian, good on you. I don't know why this, quick passing game didn't enter a little earlier.
Why did it take so long?
Like against Florida?
Yeah. Because
Arch had not been sacked really at all until the Florida game. I mean, again, the whole team didn't show up in the swamp, and Billy Napier's team was desperate. And then what does Billy Napier's team do this week in Aggie land? Looks
around, man.
Took 2 steps back. And A&M's pretty good. I mean, we'll get to that. But, yeah, what we saw as that third quarter went on was guys getting confidence. And probably the most reassuring thing I saw about Nick Brooks in that Texas OU game was that he was able to let plays go. He was next play. And by the end of that game, like you said, Zay, he was puffing his chest. He's carrying Ryan Niblett around. He's like, that's got to be a launch point for him. It's got to be a launch point for that whole offensive line. And having some success on the ground, Quatravian Wisner, way to just be a warrior. He made some guys miss. He made 6 guys miss. He broke 6 tackles. And he'd only broken 11 tackles through the first how many games he played. No, he has 11 forced missed tackles right now. 6 of them came in the Oklahoma Red River Shootout, and they needed him. And I wrote yesterday, reported at horns247.com that CJ Baxter is practicing. He's expected to be back this week.
That's what I'm talking about. Hey, man, Mia Scott just dropped some photos on the Instagram. CJ Baxter and like 3 of them. You know what that means, dog. That's time. That it's time. It's time.
It's time.
That Mia. That way, she going through her own rehab and stuff. That ACL injury, she still got to get back from that. But, yeah, we got to support our man now because you need CJ Baxter. Because I'm at the point, Chip, I think Ryan Niblett should be your RB2. I think Ryan Niblett has earned that. And he had a nice little run late where you're like, that's interesting. Like, I get with, again, biggest play of the game, the punt return that iced that thing. But Jared Gibson, Christian Clark, James, I don't know about them. And you saw Contravian Wisner. He can't keep doing this.
Well,
like the way that we saw that, the way that David Stone rocked my dude in the air. Oh, my God. I don't know how he got up. And I think that was Nick Brooks that was trying to help him up. Like, come on, dog. And Contrarian Rice was like, hold on, man.
Yeah. Give me a minute.
Give me a second. And
I can't breathe.
Yeah. And he's a tough dude. Like, that 94 yards that he got, he earned every single one of those. Catching the ball, making Robert Spears Jennings just eat dirt on just simple moves, just the sauce, man. They've been missing that. They've been missing guys. It wasn't, crazy sauce,
no,
but it was a little sauce. You know what I'm saying? Just
it was a whole lot better than 8 carries for 11 yards against Florida.
Exactly. No, that's no sauce, man. That's drier than a cracker. That's right. That you don't want that. So yeah, like everybody's mentality, it was a lot better. And I was, before you got on, I was saying this wide receiver group grew on me too, because when Arch is improvising, sometimes that route that you ran, you got to reroute. And there was a play on that drive where Texas scored on the DeAndre Moore touchdown, that 3rd and 3. Arch goes to the left. Ryan Wingo, he's going to the left. Ryan Wingo spins back right. Arch throws it across body, moving the chains. That's field. That's okay. You're building chemistry. That just little things like that. Probably the throw of the game. Arch Manning in his own end zone. 3rd and what was that? 3rd and 7. That completion to that out route for Parker Livingston, where he had 2 guys behind him on the money, going out of bounds. Same thing, just being on the same page, because with this offensive line, like Arch gonna have to make some moves. Like he can't just sit in that pocket, and he did a great job maneuvering around. Like his footwork and his instincts have gotten so much better since we saw him at Ohio State. Whether that was nerves or just not sticking to your mechanics,
Yeah, it was nerves. It was pressing.
Yeah, scheme, the scheme, which there are things that were open, but also, I think what we saw against Oklahoma, that's the way to go. Now, teams are going to be expecting that, and then you could throw it over their head. You know what I'm saying? Like, Oklahoma.
And guess what? Arch was 3 of 3 on his passes. 20 plus down the field.
Right.
I mean, it's amazing how confidence breeds confidence, and getting into rhythm with that quick passing game. And now we know Arch is back in command of his mechanics, his technique. He's showing touch. Sark talked about that today. You talked about it. I agree with you. That 3rd and 7 play to Wingo, and that opening drive of the 3rd quarter.
Yeah,
that was
3rd and 3
or 3rd and 4. It was 3rd and 4.
Yeah.
And he's rolling to his left. He throws back
It's tough. That's a tough.
You know, because Wingo did a good job of just finding an open space and sitting down, and Arch hit him for 11 yards on 3rd and 4. That's flow of the game. That's seeing everything. And, you know, I'll give Arch credit, man, because he showed us against Florida that he'll stand in the pocket and deliver the ball knowing he's going to get creamed. And he's got that. And he's got really good pocket movement, pocket feel, pocket awareness, and knowing how to extend.
He's doing that damn drill. You know that drill that Peyton be doing, where he be moving from the bags. You got to move in and out from the bags. You looking up and stuff. All that footwork, man. Yeah, he's been doing that since he was 5 years old. Hell yeah,
man. He's been working the bags with his feet. You know, he looks like a quarterback now. And good for him that it came out the week that the Athletic chose to run that brain dead article about is Arch the first flop in college football. And, you know, I thought it was funny today. Someone asked him, you know, you aware the Athletic called you the biggest flop? And he's like, no, I guess, you know, but Arch was funny because he said, you know, I try to block out the noise. He said, but then I get 100 texts from people saying, keep blocking out the noise. He's like, oh God, something terrible must've happened.
Yeah.
And then someone said, hey, did you aware about this article calling you the biggest flop? He's like, no, but I mean, good for him is what I'm saying, because he's getting better in front of our eyes. And now when your quarterback is on, everybody on offense plays with more confidence because they know a play is going to be made. Hell, it might even be made if they don't block anybody, because that kid can move around. He can make some things happen. So what we saw over the second half of the Red River Shootout was like, if every player was an empty container, you just saw confidence getting poured in there. And Nick Brooks, I mean, everybody was getting some, and that's what it takes. That's what it takes. And you're right. I mean, the running game, I'm not ready to give up on all those young guys. I mean, I want to see more of James Simon, because he has shown he'll be physical in blitz pickup. You know, Christian Clark and Wisner against Florida, they kind of got run over. Look, Wisner was barely okay to play.
He was off. Yeah, he was off.
So, you know, but if they get CJ back and they get, you know, Wisner staying healthy, then you finally got your 1-2 punch at running back. And those guys are great receivers as well. Because we saw Wisner had a huge 3rd down conversion catching the football.
Oh, man.
I mean, on the drive to the field goal, 3rd and 7, Arch hits Wisner for a 19-yard gain down to the OU, or up to the OU 49. Like, I just couldn't believe my eyes. Like, you know, they're converting 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8 like it's nothing. And they convert at one point in the third quarter, they had converted 7 of 8 3rd downs, which is, and there were a bunch, you know, like I said, there were 2 3rd and 8s, 2 3rd and 7s. Like, this was stuff we weren't, and this is against the number 1 defense on 3rd down.
Right.
So yeah, now you got some confidence, but this has to become the floor. That performance has to become the floor of what happens from now on. Like, they've been so slow out of the gate that they have not, you know, we talk about week to week improvement. That offense went backward. And now the offense has got to play catch up. And man, you don't think the defense, ask Manny Muhammad, those offensive guys carrying themselves a little differently? He's like, yeah, man, this is what we've been waiting for. Like, this is what I see in practice. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
This defense, man. Lance Jackson, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
No,
Brad
only
Spence.
11 snaps. He was making things happen.
Yeah.
On all 11 snaps, Lance Jackson was doing something. And he was talking crazy. That brawl that happened before the game, go look see who was really.
Oh, he was everywhere in those. He's always in the scrum.
Yo, man, Texarkana brothers, you got to watch out for them.
Well, when you're
different,
when you're built like that,
yeah,
who are you gonna back down from, right? 6'5", 265.
Texarkana's rough. That's rough. If you from Texarkana, nails, tough as nails type of dude. You see his brother. His brother, he got that crazed look. You know what I'm saying? When they played Arkansas, he had that look where he's like, oh, he ain't all there. I like that, man. They need that. That's what I've been looking for. That's what I said all last week. You need dudes that are unhinged, dudes that are pissed off all the time. Man, what's the dude so mad for? Does he ever have fun? He ever happy? You need some dudes like that.
And he's going to get better. Right now, he's still a liability in setting the edge against the run.
That's okay.
Because it's okay. He peeks inside.
Yeah.
But hey, keep getting him reps because he's a high energy, high impact guy. He's built like a brick bleep house. Brad Spence was on it. Man. Ethan Burke, Colin Simmons. I thought the edge room had their best game of the year. Colin Simmons, 2.5 sacks. He's calmed down. He talked today. He said, I was trying to rush into everything. He's like, I wasn't letting the game come to me.
Right.
I wasn't, attacking the man in front of me. Because now we're seeing him play physical, shed blocks, make stops.
Well, Michael Fasusi, woo, it's going to be a rough film work with him this week and that offensive line coach because Michael Fasusi, it hasn't been like that yet, has it? You could have been on this side, Michael, but you chose that side. You think that wasn't personal for Colin Simmons and everybody that went up against Fasusi? Hell yeah, it was. Yeah, they told that freshman up. I love seeing that. And they were talking to him. Everybody was talking. Derek Williams got 20 snaps. Love to see it. Like guys that we've been waiting on. You know what I'm saying? Kobe Black snaps went down a bit. They said, Kobe, sorry, bro. You're going to have to earn that trust again. Jalen Gilbert, Eddie Muhammad, they had 60 plus. And it was worth it. Manny Muhammad is 2 interceptions, solid.
Well, is Malik Muhammad the most valuable player on this team? After what happened in the Florida game without him and what happened in the Oklahoma game with him? 2 interceptions, a pass breakup. Now I'm not gonna lie. Mateer was throwing up some, first of all, Brent Venables, you screwed John Mateer with your clock management at the end of the half.
He's the defensive coach. What you blame? That's Ben Arbuckle.
I don't know. Someone let 23 seconds run off the clock before they called timeout with 10 seconds left. And they're at the 30.
Yeah.
That will eat all your clock. I was like, kick the field goal now. Don't even risk it. But nope. Mateer was throwing it up for grabs. That pass was so off target that it looked like it was thrown to Malik Muhammad. The OU receiver had to run over and play defense too late, of course, but that pass was off target. The other interception, he got pressured on, and then the other interception went off the hands. Now it was behind the guy.
That was bad pass.
Bad pass, went off his receiver's hands.
Check down, wide ass open too.
Yeah.
There was a check down to his left. He didn't even look at it because he was trying to throw it to Isaiah Satania, which I get it. You desperate times, John Madeir. Desperate times, man. You got to get into your playmakers. Isaiah Satania, I don't know if you're from the ATX, bro. You say you're from the ATX. I said this on the pregame show, Chip. I've never seen Isaiah Satania in the hood ever. Whatever hood that may be. Y'all let me know. Because he was acting like he was from Austin and he knew those guys and he was a little rattled. or something. But yeah, John Mateer, he had at least 7 questionable passes that Jelani McDonald, I don't know how you didn't catch that one. Like, if I'm Dwayne Aquina, I'm like, hey, Jelani, what you doing, man? You losing money. You trying to make some money. You got to take that to the crib. In this game, come on, man. That was it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Grayson Littleton, hilarious. He looked like a freshman running with that ball. He said, I am not going to be the one to fumble this thing in this game after I got a pick. He wasn't even trying to really run. He was just saying, yo, I got my pick. I'm holding on to this ball. Offense, do your thing, which I think that was the possession that the offense went 3 and out right after. Yeah, 3 and out, and then Mason Shipley missed that 54-yarder, so no points came after that. But, yeah, they were all over John Mateer, and I'm sure OU fans are wondering, was it worth playing him? You know, if it was going to be like that, were you better off with somebody healthy? Obviously, he said what he had to say, which is, oh, it did affect me. I just played lousy. All right. I mean, if you're thinking about it and you're not thinking about the game, like the way that he was processing, and I told you all off season, let John Mateer see an actual defense. I ain't trying to see Fresno State, man. I ain't trying to see no Wyoming, Colorado State, all these teams he was lighting up. Then he plays Michigan, and then he plays Auburn like they're something. And now everybody's trying to give him the Heisman already. All right. Okay.
Not anymore.
Let me see some smoke, John Mateer. And it's about to get real too. He has a lot of time to prove me wrong, because do you see that schedule for Oklahoma the next 6? They could go a
how many wins? How many wins do you see?
If they put that performance on that they did against Texas, they beat South Carolina, that's it.
They're at South Carolina, home against Ole Miss, at Tennessee, at Alabama, home against Missouri, home against LSU.
Yeah, they go 0-6. They can lose the next 7.
Well,
just like that.
I don't think they'll go 0-6 because they've been pretty good at home. But
hey,
I mean, South Carolina's probably due.
You said they've been good at home. Shoot. All right.
Well, I'll say this: the offense found. That I've never seen a third quarter like that. The Texas held the ball for 13 minutes and 26 seconds. The Sooners had it for 1:34. It was 25 plays to 4. And the defense was loving every second of it because they basically just had to play 3 quarters.
Yeah.
And then Ryan Niblett, causes an earthquake. Now, I don't know.
Let's break down that play a little bit, because OU fans, Brent Venables said he gonna send the film in to the SEC higher ups because he saw some blocks in the back. Brent Venables, you need to check your team. You got some Manu Ginobili's on your squad. I saw a lot of flops out there, which sometimes you got to sell the call. Ethan Burke on one of them holds for Oklahoma, Ethan Burke sold the hell out of that. He was jumping in the air. He was waving his arms and stuff like he was at a concert or something. Got the call. I feel him. Oklahoma, they were trying to do the same
everyone's
thing.
talking about Colton Vostok had a block in the back, but he didn't extend his arms. He didn't really
make contact.
He didn't really make contact. He just kind of picked.
So there were 4 people. There were 4 people who were involved in questionable calls. The first one is Warren Roberson. That's like right when Ryan Niblett catches it. Warren Roberson, it's light. It's a light little tap, but my man goes flying. Real dramatic. Like, come on, bro. Who you fooling? Then the next one is Ty Anthony Smith. That's the one where I'm like, oh no, Ty Anthony Smith. It was a flop. It was still a flop. The dude goes flying into the Texas sideline, and Anthony Smith, genius. Keep those hands up, bro. Like that's
right. Hands up.
Hands up. Not out. Up. The hands were up. So the refs like, hey, yeah, it looks like flopping. A little bump. You know, Kurt Hershey he panned the picture perfectly. He was like, oh, they doing screens. They ain't pushing nobody. These aren't blocks. They're screens. That's how it was. It was like basketball. Just saying a light screen, moving on. The next one after Anthony Smith was DeAndre Moore, which that was the most quote unquote vicious one because Oklahoma dude took out 2 guys. So DeAndre Moore did the hands up thing, got a little bit of hip, but nothing crazy. Oklahoma dude goes flying for some reason, ends up hitting his own teammate that was going right after Ryan Niblett. And then that last one, as you mentioned, Colton Vasek. Yeah, legendary play, man. That's hands up. You good.
Hands up.
Hands up. You good.
That play, and Ryan Niblett is such he's such an interesting story because, he was thinking about leaving. And Steve Sarkisian said, listen, I'm going to let you be our return guy. You're going to be our return guy. And there were some games, Ohio State, where we're wondering what was going on. A lot of balls hitting the ground, rolling. And then even in this game, he let one roll, and then there was a personal foul. Jelani McDonald. Now they're half the distance to the goal. They're back on the 3. Niblett's like, oh man, I felt terrible. I had to do something about that. And he did. And you know what, Zay? Those kinds of plays are contagious because now that he's done it, he knows he can do it. And that whole unit knows if we get our blocks, something good can happen. Because let me see where Niblett is now nationally, because he was doing well before. And now he's averaging like 21 yards per punt return. And that's elite. Yeah, he's number 3 in the country now. So
that's why I said, talking about the running back room, when you think about Clark, Gibson, God, who am I missing there? Simon. Yeah. The dude with the ball in his hands, he brings a certain explosiveness to your team to where you just got to get the ball in his hands. And maybe that's just giving them some handoffs, especially with CJ Baxter being out and giving Catrevian Wisener some rest. Just put the ball in his hands and maybe he'll break one. 15-yard game just off of pure speed and just, feel for the game because he has that. Like you saw the dude to go just up the sideline with all that traffic. That's different, man.
Oh, yeah.
That's
and how about too. And Rex St. Charles says we'll remember Niblett's TD like we remember Shipley's kickoff TD in 08 and Dajae Johnson's punt return in 2013. And it's funny because I had just said in one of my reasons why Texas could win, Ryan Niblett channels his inner Dajae Johnson circa 2013. And he did it. And that's huge. That's a backbreaker. That's a will stealer. And they need more of that. Niblett's he's been their best gunner. He gets down the field. He needs to catch those punts. When he's down there inside the 5, he just needs to go ahead and catch the damn punt. Like DeAndre Moore did against Vanderbilt last year. And not, see if the bounce is going to work out or not. So, because Niblett's playing at a really high level. Anyone who was saying, oh, Niblett, no, Niblett's elite on special teams. And I agree with you, Zay. And here's the thing. He's a receiver, but he's played running back. You can motion him into that running back position, into a 2-back set. And then let's see some of that yo-yo motion. We still haven't seen it. Some of that stuff that Sark did with Keelan Robinson. I think this would be a good week to dust off some of that because you're on the road. Show Kentucky something they haven't seen, pop them early with some razzle dazzle. This is a game, though. This is so funny. I was thinking about this. This reminds me of that Houston game where they got up 21-0 and then they're fighting for their life. Texas would get up on people in 23 and then they'd let them back in. Because my man PK, who loves to play coverage and make them dink and dunk and go, down the field, sometimes to a fault. I could see Texas get off to a great start in this game, get up, 14 zip, and then go to sleep. They can't do that stuff anymore.
No.
They got to keep the pedal down. We haven't heard Sark say all gas, no brakes once this season because his offense has been all brakes and no gas until the second half of this OU game. And now they got some momentum. Now they got to, take on this championship mindset so that everybody's locked in practice and they're listening because, hey, the game plan worked. Hey, if we stick together, stay connected, and fight for each other, we're pretty damn good. You had a bunch of guys trying to make plays on their own, Zay, and it wasn't working. So now they got that big, healthy slap across the face reminder that unless you guys are connected, unless y'all are doing it together, you're not going to get it done. Not in the SEC. So, and Arch playing well. Now Arch can lead. Now Arch can stand up and everyone's going to listen to him. The first 3 games, they're like, dude, I know you're in there. Come on out. But now they've seen Arch. They've seen him get wrecked and keep coming back. And they saw him make plays against OU. His pocket awareness, I was talking to a couple coaches after the game. They're like, this dude is an NFL player. I don't care what anyone says. He's got unbelievable pocket awareness, and he'll just get better because now he is focused on the other team's defense instead of, oh, God, am I going to throw a dirt ball? Yeah. He was pressing early. Now he's in command of the offense. He's in command of his own nerves, and we're starting to see Arch Manning come out of this thing.
Yeah. And it's interesting, Chip, because that first drive of that second half, that 14-play, 75-yard, 7-minute drive, the first play, he throws a check down and he gets lit up and he bangs the ground. I don't know if it was anger from the hit or anger from the lack of production on the play, but either way, he was disgruntled. And it was kind of like, watching on TV, it was like, oh, hell. What does this mean? And then for them to just slow, methodical, just gut-wrenching, take the life out. I love those drives, Chip. Those drives, that's what because that's just, they're so deflating. Explosive plays, they're deflating too, but there's something about a 14-play, 75 yards, you control the whole clock type of drive that's just the defense gets tired, your defense gets more energy, and the offense gets insane confidence because most of the time everybody gets to eat on the drive, and that's what happened. So,
you're going to look back. You're going to look back at that drive. If this season goes up, you're going to look back at that drive and say that was the turning point. That was the turning point of the Texas football season. If the Longhorns can build on what they did against OU, you're going to look back at that drive and say, damn, that was the turning point because Arch got sacked on that drive on first down. It was 2nd and 16.
Yeah.
And Arch hits Emmett Mosley for 8. And then it's 3rd and 8. And that's when he hits Wisner with a little 1-yard pass in the flat. And Wisner goes for 13.
Yo, Robert Spears Jennings, you still picking your face up off that one, brother. Golly, how do you get juked out your cleats like that? Again, Contravian Wisner, especially, he's not as fast as he was last year. Go back and watch the Oklahoma game in 24. Trevian Wisner, he's lost some speed. You got to say that has to do with the hamstring. He's not 100% still. But for him to still have that sauce and that juice and that will and that toughness, like I've been saying they need Trevian Wisner. This guy could be their best player. When he's playing like that, his leadership, man, and it's a different type of leadership, Chip, because you see him after the game, after just he got knocked out by David Stone. You know, he's slow to get up after every hit in the fourth quarter. Yet after the game, he's laughing. He's joking. He's smiling with everybody. There's a scene with him. He got the pom-poms with the cheerleaders, and he dancing and jigging and stuff. And it's like, yo, man, this is the perfect leader, a guy that understands when it's time to strap him up and get busy and be for real. He can turn that on in a heartbeat, but also he keeps everybody light. You know, he keeps everybody like, yo, y'all, this is still a kid's game. Understand, let's have fun out here. You know what I'm saying? I think that's good for Arch. Hell, I think that's good for Sark and just everybody else, that you got a guy like that just has the perfect balance of being serious and having fun out there. Trevian Wisner, I completely understand why Arch Manning gave him that game ball after the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you look at this and you say, okay, this is the first time this entire season, and we're at mid-season, that this team showed up against elite competition and imposed their will. How do they handle this? How do they take this? Do they get drunk on it? Because Sark let him hang out at the fair for a while.
Did he really?
Yeah. And then the buses let it. I mean, you know, he let him go get a turkey leg and
yeah. You gotta get a turkey leg, some fried.
Listen, they should celebrate. That's the greatest game day atmosphere in sports. It's unbelievable. I love watching the players, you know, jump into the student section with the golden hat and Arch's firing the cannon, and you know, these games are remembered by fans forever. Ryan Niblett, his punt return will be remembered for years. Everyone who saw this game is going to remember that and say, man, that was the turning point. But you're going to look back at that third quarter drive, that opening drive on the third quarter, and say, that's where Texas's season turned, because Arch was calm, poised. Look at all the different playmakers who were involved in that drive. You had, you know, Wisner for sure. You had Mosley. You had
James Simon had a 5-yard run, then a 2-yard
Simon
run.
had a 5-yard run, and then DeAndre Moore catches the touchdown. You know, you're seeing guys make plays, and then on the next drive where they go 12 plays to the field goal, you converted 3rd and 7 to Parker Livingstone, and that might have been the best pass of the game because Arch is
the way that Cole Hudson olayed on that play and Arch was able to make something happen. The dude was at his feet. The dude at least scraped his shoelaces because Arch threw it weird. Like his left leg was kind of dragging on the throw, and it was still on the money. Like those dudes, I'm sure Parker Livingston could feel those dudes on his breath, on his neck, that breath on his neck, because, man, that was a tight window throw. Big time catch by Parker Livingston, who also showed some toughness. Like that screen pass they had for him, which, you know, it didn't lead to 6, but it led to 3, where Arch threw it in front of him, and he knew he was going to take a shot, and he still opened his body the way he did, especially after the way he got rocked the week before, Chip. Parker Livingston's tough as hell, man.
And he's all heart. Like, I love that about him. He's all heart. He'll do anything for his team. He'll give up his body. He will do whatever it takes. And that's why that's why the ball finds him. Yeah. He does the little things right. He does the details right. He runs his routes at the exact correct depth. Arch can trust him. Arch knows where he's going to be. And that you need those guys. You need those guys. You need the guys who are just going to do exactly what they're supposed to do. Now, then there's, DeAndre Moore. They busted coverage on him. There's two defenders standing there side by side. DeAndre Moore goes right between them. Neither one goes with him. He was supposed to. That was supposed to be a in-breaking route. He just kept going. Arch saw it. Bingo. Touchdown.
Brent Venables was hot.
Oh.
That was the weak spot. The secondary was the weak spot. If you could get that ball out of your hands, make them fools tackle, make them fools make plays that they didn't have to make all year long. They weren't worried about no damn Bryce Underwood. They weren't worried about no Jackson Arnold, man. You serious? Especially with the way that defensive line works and the pressures that they've been getting. Test those guys. And look what happened. You exploited them when you had to. It wasn't much, but it was just enough to get the dub. Oh, Brent Venables was so mad. That was funny. That put a smile on my face. He threw the playbook or whatever the hell he had in his hand, all his notes, he threw that down. It's tough, coach. Because now, again, that schedule, I'm telling you, they could go 0-7, Chip.
Oof.
You nicer than me. I love 0-7. I'm sure all Texas fans would love to see 0-7 from here on out. You lose to Texas, lose to South Carolina.
Hold on. If you want to go to the college football playoff, you need your wins to look good. Florida's already fallen apart. You lost to a team that's probably not going to maybe get to 6-6.
You good. You beat Georgia. You beat A&M. A&M, they're going to be good. You good.
Oh, they're going to beat Georgia now.
Huh?
They're going to beat Georgia now.
You have no choice. Do they have a choice? You can't lose to anyone. Yeah. Right. If we're talking college football playoff, you beat Georgia.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You figure it out.
And listen, if we see the week-to-week improvement, I'm going to tell you, going to Kentucky, this should be a methodical beatdown. This should be a methodical beatdown. What cannot happen is for Texas to come out dropping passes, committing penalties, relapse. You can't have no relapse this week because you got too many inexperienced players that need that confidence going forward. And it's got to happen. It's got to happen at night in Lexington, where some weird things have happened over the years.
Come on, man. I ain't trying to hear that.
That Kentucky team knocked Ole Miss out of the playoffs last year.
That was last year.
Well, I know, but they rise up. Ole Miss rise up.
They got fraud tendencies too. You saw them battling it out with Washington State. Battling. They got some fraud tendencies too. I don't know about Ole Miss. They're still coached by Lane Kiffin. You know Lane.
I know, but we're talking about Kentucky.
Okay.
And Kentucky.
Basketball season.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Come on, man. Mark Pope, you did not see that March Madness. They brought in John Wall, Chip. They brought in John Wall. They're lighting fireworks at Rupp Arena. John Wall's dancing and doing the Dougie and stuff. They ain't focused about Texas, man. They ain't locked in. They're locked in.
This is the worst. This is the last thing. That's the rat poison. You are rat poison right now. I'm going to tell you why you're rat poison. You're playing the role of rat poison.
Hey, man.
Kentucky,
like it is.
Last year, beat Ole Miss. The year before that, they beat Florida. Florida was ranked. The year before that, they beat Florida again. Damn, Kentucky owns Florida.
It's a rival game, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yes, that's their rival, kind of.
Damn, they own Florida.
Yeah.
And then, they beat Tennessee back in 2020. Like every year they've gotten one. You don't want to be. You can't be that.
You can't be that.
they're coming off a bye. I mean, when Texas is coming off a bye, I get worried. I'm not sure how that's working out for Texas, but for Kentucky, they've had 2 weeks to come up with some, shenanigans. Listen, what I'm expecting is a slow, methodical beatdown. Probably, honestly, it'd probably be better if Texas is only up like a touchdown going into halftime, because that'll keep them on edge. Because if they get up early,
That's
they have
so
a tendency
weak.
to fall asleep.
Yeah, you talking about my mindset. What kind of mindset is that? Why is that even a thing? Why, like what you saw on Saturday? You see those dogs foaming at the mouth. Did you see Ant Hill?
Yeah, but I also was in the swamp.
Right. And you saw the scheme in the swamp. Very conservative, very soft. Manny Muhammad wasn't playing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that Spooky Taff was flying around. Like it's Pete Kwiatkowski, same thing. Same thing. What we got to check for Cutter Boley? Come on, man. Stop playing.
Cutter Boley.
Cutter Boley, who
Boley
swinging it last year when he got put in the game. He was swinging it.
You liked him.
I did like Cutter Boley. He was hitting up John A. Barron and stuff. I was like, yo, that's Thorpe.
That's
Thorpe. The Thorpe
Thorpe
Award winner, just hitting them up like that, Cutter Boley, just so disrespectful. Yeah, Cutter Boley, he ain't no punk. He ain't that good, but he ain't no punk, though. And that's scary,
I mean, he threw for 2 touchdowns against Georgia in Sanford Stadium. Yeah. Got beat 35-14. Yeah, Cutter Boley. Don't be the slump buster.
Be the slump buster.
Don't be the slump buster. We've had this.
I don't know about Georgia either. That was a touchdown, Jackson Arnold. Jackson Arnold put it over the pound line, then fumble. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? They call that a fumble? How much Kirby Smart paying these guys? What's going on?
Are we talking Georgia now?
Yes. Did you not see that play?
I saw it. Kirby, and then Kirby was lying through his teeth.
Kirby dirty, man.
I was clapping because they were clapping, and I was trying to get the refs to throw a flag. Really? This is clapping? Dang, that's like the student who gets caught in the hall with no hall pass. Is like, oh, I must have dropped my hall pass in the principal's office.
Yeah, I had it on me.
I had it on me.
Yo, CB, you're right. Where my man Sooner Cowboys at? Did we lose a listener? Come on, man.
Come on, Sooner Cowboy.
Hey, that's the whole point.
Come on,
Cowboys, please. Hey, come on, bro. You're our brother now.
Cowboy.
You're welcome. Family.
We'll be therapy for you. You can take out all your.
We'll let you vent. We'll let you get things off your chest. If you want to fire Ben Arbuckle, you could say that. If Brent Venables is a fraud, you could say that. John Mateer, etc. It's your world. Like, do your thing. Like, it's damn, man. We lost a good listener, Chip. A good listener. Love that dude. Such a nice guy. Means so well. Yeah.
Come on.
By the way, you get your funnel cake queso cheeseburger.
Couldn't find it. I couldn't find it.
You couldn't find it. What happened?
I don't know. I'm mortified. I looked all over the damn state fair for it. I was like, here, funnel cake, bacon, queso burger.
Well, they got rid of it, man. I was looking too for you. I was like, yo,
I was the only one. I guess I was the only one ordering that thing.
Yeah. They have a donut burger somewhere, but I didn't see the funnel cake one. Now, the best thing I had all weekend, the Dubai chocolate funnel cake. Crazy.
Where was that?
That was in the food court.
Was?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was so busy looking for that damn funnel cake bacon queso burger that I missed the Dubai chocolate funnel cake.
No, you messed up. That thing was hitting. That was easily the best thing I had. Easy.
Man.
But your arteries are better off, Chip.
Yeah.
You don't eat it all the time. It's just, that's what the state fair is about. Which the state fair, the prices, boy, inflation.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Like going crazy.
I had to go to the 3-ticket beer stand.
Yeah.
Like everyone was charging 10 tickets for a beer. And then I found that little $3 or the 3-ticket beer stand.
Yeah.
And it was Lone Star. I'm okay with that.
That's all right. That. Yeah. It was.
Got my Fletcher
prices.
Yeah, I got my
turkey legs, wild stuff.
But you got your turkey leg?
I mean, you had to. Come on.
Yeah, of course.
Emmanuel Jones, Y2Y said, Zay, I saw you sweating it out on Saturday on air for you. I was sweating my ass off. It was hot in the mother, Emmanuel. It was hot as hell up there, man. And then,
well, it looked like you got the sunny seat.
Yeah, well, that's my fault because I was late. So that's my fault. I got the sunny seat, which I got up quick because I saw our boy Cole Thompson and Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered. They had to get up in there. So I was like, yo, y'all come and take over for a little bit. Let me go get a strawberry lemonade and cool down, and I'll jump back in the seat. But, yeah, it was a cool setup, man. Just a beautiful atmosphere. It's just different place, and it's even better when the Horns win, man. So,
well, I gotta listen to Eichert and Lehman.
Teddy and Gabe. Why don't we have them on the show? We didn't have Gabe on the show this year. What happened?
Well, we had Charles on. Charles on.
That's true. Charles was great.
And he was skeptical about the Sooners. He wasn't sure that offensive line. But yeah, so yeah, I guess Sooner Nation is falling apart because this is Brent's best OU team, and they still lost to Sark's worst Texas team for the.
I don't know if it's his worst. Come on.
Yeah, 21 was his worst.
Yeah, 21 was his worst.
This was starting to look like 2022, but now maybe they can get this thing turned. And I get the feeling if this offensive line can just not commit the penalties. God, those penalties were killers. They were drive killers.
Just 4.
They had 3 penalties in the first half, and they killed 2 drives.
Yeah.
And
I say those are nerves, though, man. In this game,
yeah,
argue that. I mean, obviously, it's hard to argue that with their history,
right.
But going from 10 in double digits to 4 in this game with all the emotions, that's promise. Like, that's progress. I take that. So,
yeah. And you had some emotional penalties. You had the Jelani McDonald penalty. You had the DJ Campbell penalty that was offsetting. So,
what DJ Campbell do?
Oh, he got into it.
Yeah, that's okay in this game.
Yeah,
it's okay. You gotta. It
was in the third quarter. Let me find it for you. He had he got into it with a big fella from OU. It was third quarter. Oh, it was the opening. Well, no, it was the kickoff after the touchdown. And DJ Campbell and Grayson Halton got into it, offsetting.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
But and then Jelani had his personal foul. That was after
what was that?
That was after the ball. That's after Niblett let it roll. Jelani reacted, got caught. And so they moved it half the distance. That's when they started on their own 3-yard line. And
Oh, yeah, the Arch Manning made to throw the Parker Livingston. That's that drive.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the drive to the field goal. They started on their own 5. Sorry. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, you know what's an underrated big play, Chip? After on that second drive where they only put up 3 because it got a little stale as the drive went on. Jared Gibson, loss of 3 on the run. Then you had the quick screen to Ryan Niblett, loss of 6. 3rd and 19. To get back in field goal position for Mason Shipley, Arch Manning throws a 14-yard strike to Ryan Wingo. No, it doesn't move the chains, but again, it puts Mason Shipley in field goal position to knock it down, go up 13-6, take the points. Smart football, Arch Manning. Solid play right there.
Well,
solid
and
play.
Think about what Sark said today, which I found very interesting. Mason Shipley can deliver the goods. So the 55-yard field goal had enough leg, and it was curling back, but it didn't quite get there, and it hits the upright about 6 feet up on the upright, which encouraged Sark to go for the 56-yarder, but Shipley didn't. His body wasn't. He didn't approach the ball right, so he didn't get all of it. He was kind of too open stance, but he hit the 48-yarder.
Yeah.
And Sark's like, knowing that I got a guy who can deliver like that, that will change the mindset some.
Yeah, because Sideshow Burt's ass was missing 38s, 39s, 42s. So I'm if you miss over 50, okay, cool. I think we could, we get a little greedy watching the NFL because these guys, they're hitting 50 plus with ease. Not everybody's going to be in the NFL. So, yeah, I thought those 50 plus yarders for Mason Shipley and that atmosphere being like his first real kicks, meaningful kicks of the season, I thought that was a tough place to be in. But, yeah, as you said, Chip, like those 48 yarders, him knocking that one down, got promise. It makes you feel good. But he'll be putting more
because you gotta look in the SEC. You're gonna have some field goal games. Georgia could be a field goal game. A&M, Vanderbilt. If everyone's not on their, A game, but this is where I'm real eager to see this offense right out of the gates against Kentucky because you should be able to build off of that momentum. And now they believe in Arch and all these playmakers getting involved, all these different names that came up with plays, from Wisner to Mosley to Parker to Wingo and Moore, Jordan Washington. Like, you just look at
that nice little 9-yard catch.
Yeah. Like you look at all the guys who caught passes. Jack Endries needs to be more involved, but
yeah, they're really rotating. Like, what's the snap count for the tight ends? Because I feel like it's all over the place. I haven't really checked it out. I'm on Pro Football Focus now.
Okay, so for Texas, the tight ends, you had Nick Townsend got 6. Jordan Washington got 22. Endries got 51.
Okay.
Amari Winston got 3. Where's my man, Spencer Shannon? Spencer Shannon got 12.
Yeah, Spencer Shannon was moving folks.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a good he got a 70.6 blocking rating. That's good.
Yeah, there was a place where I was like, okay, look at 83 putting his nose in there.
Yeah.
Finally, man. Just block somebody. Damn.
Block him.
I'll just block him. Oh, Ryan Wingo is blocking on them screens. No. That play that I just talked about where he had that catch for the Mason Shipley field goal to make it 13-6. Yeah. The play before that, it was a screen. and Ryan Wingo ain't touched nobody. Like he just kind of weirdly ran into a circle, like ran in like a circle. Like and you're like, bro, just like get close, dog. Like that has to improve, but hey, he caught the ball when it went his way. So they're there to catch, not block. But we need complete receivers, though. You know,
yeah, like
package, you dig?
Yeah, I need more from Ryan Wingo. I need the heart. I need the heart. Like if you put Parker Livingston's heart in Ryan Wingo, I think you'd have a beast.
Oh, come on. He's got heart. He's got heart. It's just he ain't a good
Where was that block?
That don't mean he don't got heart.
Well, I need something.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm happy the play, the whatever, the third down where he found a scramble spot. That was good.
Good play. Big time play.
But you know, I need some Dallas Wilson type stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Dallas Wilson. All
Dallas
right.
Wilson, he ain't messing around.
Yo, by the way, Oklahoma fans, y'all wrong, man. They already trying to get rid of Jalen Ott. Jalen Ott is like wanted man enemy number one in Oklahoma right now. The way that Oklahoma fans have been bashing him, and they got receipts too. It's not like it's, you know, not like he don't deserve it. That jet sweep that they ran, the Deion Burks that Anthony Hill completely blew up. Yo, Jaden Ott, bro. It looks like he was fixing the game. Like he was the lead blocker on that play. And Ant Hill's right there. Now, Deion Burks, I think he should have went more outside. He tried to cut in. So I don't know. It might have been just a miscommunication on the play from everybody. But Oklahoma fans don't see it that way. They said, this is on you, Ott. For one, you ain't giving us nothing from a running standpoint because
nothing.
They paid him. I heard he got piz aid. Like money that running backs don't make very often, especially in college. Piz aid. And he's just out there getting in good cardio. I mean, as a Texas fan, I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? And it's probably a big wake-up call for him, Chip. Think about it. You go from Berkeley, the Bay, California, to Norman. That's tough.
I mean,
man.
This is a dude.
It's tough.
This is a dude who ran for 1,305 yards and 12 touchdowns in 2023. Now he's averaging the worst average of his career.
Yeah.
3.2 yards, but their offensive line is not good. So, Jaden, you're going to have to make some stuff happen. Like Quintravian Wiesner. Quintravian Wiesner's offensive line, terrible.
Nah, Jaden, keep doing what you're doing. Lose the next 6 and then hit that transfer portal, baby. Take their money and then hit that portal. That's what college sports is all about. Hey, again, he in Norman. This is a huge culture shock. Like he probably just thought, oh, look at all these legends that they got in the NFL and stuff. You know, look at their program. Historic college football, blue blood type program. Obviously, you want to succeed, but hey, you still gotta like the place you go to. What did Arch Manning get from the fan? What they say? If you weren't playing football, would you still go here? That's a big deal.
That's a big deal.
That's a big deal. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you go from the Bay to Norman, Oklahoma, you'd be depressed too.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man.
Right.
Hey, the women, California, yay, that's different. You living it up. Now you go to Norman. Lord, it's tough, man. And you ain't getting no bump. You losing all the reps to a freshman. Yeah, I didn't want that smoke, but still, you a football player.
Here's the deal. Do you see what I'm saying now about Ant Hill? He played more coverage snaps than Michael Taff in this game.
Stop playing. Did he really?
Yes. He played more coverage snaps than Michael Taff. Listen to this. This is I'm not I don't know. I don't like it. So Anthony Hill played 36 snaps in coverage. Michael Taft played 35 snaps in coverage. Michael Taft got a sack.
Yeah, it's a big time sack too.
Because they blitzed him, and Hill's running 20, 30 yards down the field covering the slot.
Show them scouts what you got at Hill.
I'm like, you can't be having a 240-pound man running deep all the time. I don't know what's going on, but
that Mookie Taft sack was huge too, because you're up 20-6 at the time. Oklahoma, they were driving 2 back-to-back first downs. Mateer runs for 9 yards. Next play, 3rd and 3, they get a first down on that. Then Mateer almost throws an interception. Then Michael Taft gets a sack. Then Colin Simmons gets a sack. 4th and 22, incompletion. Basically, ball game right there.
Ball game.
I played. Mookie Taft was good.
Yep.
Mookie Taft.
He just barely got his foot and tripped him up.
Yeah. But I'm with you, Chip. It's very odd how they're playing Ant Hill. All I can look to with them making the decision to do this is they're trying to show the scouts his versatility, but win the game, play your best 11. And they won the game. They did.
They won the game.
I can't hate too much. It worked. What they did, it worked. Just can it continue to work? They'll make plays, but
like Grayson Littleton played 39 snaps of coverage. Anthony Hill played 36 snaps of coverage in pass coverage. Like, let's not get crazy. Malik Muhammad played 40 snaps of coverage. Anthony Hill played 36 snaps of coverage.
Versatile.
I need Anthony Hill up on the line. I need him coming off the edge. I need him wreaking havoc.
That's what we got Lance Jackson for. We're up in Lance Jackson snaps. We're up in Ethan Burke snaps. Colin Simmons is back. You saw it.
Yeah, Colin Simmons is back. That's a fact. But Lance Jackson, I love Lance Jackson, and Lance Jackson's going to be the next Baron Sorrell. It's going to be great. But he peeks inside sometimes, like against Florida, and he got dusted. Jaden Baugh went right by him. Was like, see ya.
Yeah, and he learned the next week. Had the highest Pro Football Focus grade out of any defender. 11 snaps, but still.
No, I listen, I love Lance Jackson. Don't get me wrong. Love Lance Jackson. And for those who are like Ethan Burke, he's not. Ethan Burke is their best edge setter against the run. He was their best returning run defender on the team. And he looked better to me against OU than he did against Florida. Like, he wasn't wearing the brace, so maybe that dude's tough as nails. He played with torn cartilage in his knee for 3 games in 2023. Had the surgery, missed 2 games, came back and got the strip sack against Will Howard in an overtime win over K-State. Like, Ethan Burke just makes plays, man.
That's loud right now. He's not doing anything that's loud.
Right. And normally he is doing something. Remember, he had a pick 6 against UTSA last year. Like, yeah, normally he's doing stuff that's loud. Like Arizona State, he blocked the field goal. Yeah. So he just needs a play. He's around the quarterback constantly. In fact, he's forced the quarterback to step up into other people's sacks. So he just needs to make a play.
Yeah, by the way, shout out to Harold Canoe. You know you heard that whistle, bro. He hit the hell out of John Mateer. That should have been a flag. I can't believe the refs didn't throw a flag. When there was a dead whistle and Harold Canoe hit John Mateer at his legs too, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Leg shot, no flag. If I'm Brent Venables, I'm sending that in the SEC headquarters too.
I thought the refs did a good job of kind of letting them play.
Yeah, as they should. That's how it always should be. Like,
I mean, you had to really sell the holding calls, and they were there, but
you had to sell them.
You could call holding on every play.
Yeah. Yeah, them tight ends for Oklahoma, Canick and them, they be holding their
Oh,
ass.
he played terrible. I mean, he
Yeah,
had that drop on the first play of the game. He was wide open. It was
he
like,
ain't no Mark Andrews. You don't have to worry about him. And he's one of their best players. Like him,
right.
Centennia, all of their, star guys, that skill players just didn't step up. And Mateer, again, Texas should have had way more interceptions than 3. They
Oh
could have
my
had
God.
at least 6, maybe 7.
Jelani dropped 2.
Yeah. Come on, that's the money, dog. That's the money. You can't tell me Andrew Makuba and all them interceptions he had last year didn't boost his draft stock. You serious? Lonnie McDonald, that's going to kill him. That's going to kill him. Because, again, it was right to you.
Right.
Like, he read it perfectly. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, Jelani he could be up to 4 picks right now.
Yeah. And Grayson Littleton's so solid, man. He just continues to impress me.
Right. He is the truth, man. He's just going to keep getting better. And that's the thing. I mean, you look at, he's what, 5th, 6th on the team in tackles from the star position. You got, let's see. Yeah, Jelani. Yeah, he could have been at 4 interceptions. Littleton's got 2. Malik Muhammad's got 2. Now they're starting to get those interceptions, because last year they had 22 interceptions. Yeah. This year they only have 8 at midseason, but they're coming off a game where they just got 3. So
Collier Bowley gonna give you 3 too. Collier Bowley, he good for 3.
I mean, come on, PK. You dialed up some good exotic pressure and it got there. That's what you got to do. You got to mix it up, man. You can't. That Florida game drives me insane, but PK, you gotta be aggressive, man. I know you want to keep everything in front of you, blah, blah, blah. You got to get these dudes. That was a great game. He called a great game. There were some pressures. Taft gets a sack. You had some, Mateer didn't know what was going on. It was great. I mean,
yeah, when he started bobbling the ball and stuff, I was like, oh, he shook.
Yeah.
Oh, they got him. They got him, man. That's an uncomfortable dude right there. This is that thumb. He thinking about the thumb. Oh, this Texas defense a lot better than I thought. Oh, this ain't the same team we saw on film against Florida. On film against Florida, it seemed like John Mateer was about to light them up. No. Yeah, that's again, like you said, Chip, same energy, man. It should be easy on both sides, for Steve Sarkisian too. I bet not see you throwing the ball down the field every other play this week. If it's there, cool. Don't force it. You've been forcing it. He ain't forced nothing this week. Arch could be a game manager. Screw the Heisman. The Heisman, that ain't a thing no more. And that's probably for the best. We're not going for that no more. So,
yeah, just lock into the process, baby.
Yeah, game manager is great. You got Arch waving at the foot. I was mad, Petty. I can't believe we haven't talked about that yet. It was about 4 minutes left, Chip. Arch waving at the OU sideline. Like, yo, that's ball game, dog. Yo, that
was right. That was right after he ran for 29 yards and then slid.
Yo.
He didn't even try to get to the end zone.
I feel him.
He was like, you know what?
You ain't even worth. Yeah, you ain't even worth my energy. This is enough. We got y'all. I ain't even gonna break another sweat off y'all. It's over. Yeah, I like Arch with that swag, man. Everybody was bringing it. You see Arch yell at the cameramen when they were trying to take the team picture? Back up. Back up. Yeah, I was telling Patrick, that's the Arch on the postgame show. That's the Sark that we saw from the Alamo Bowl, where the dude was touching his chest and stuff. He's like, get your hands off me. You think you are? Sark had to cuss him out, which, I never thought that was the best move, but I like Sark telling the camera crew to back up. Like, I need that. Like, this team needs toughness, man. Toughness. Remember, it starts with the coach. The coach show that he ain't BSing, then the team gonna show they ain't BSing.
Right.
That's what they showed against Oklahoma. There was no BSing at all on all three phases, just strictly business. You'll get a turkey leg after. Oh, nah, the state fair, all the pageantry, don't worry about that. Lock in. Go get that. Go get that. Hell yeah.
Bro. Yeah. I mean,
that was hilarious.
Here's that third quarter. Arch was 10 of 12. This is the entire third quarter. 10 of 12, 93 yards, 1 touchdown. He ran to convert a 3rd and 2. 7 of 8 third down. 7 of 8 on third down conversions, including 2 third and 8s. They won the time of possession 13-26 to a minute 34 and outgained OU 140 yards to 26 and outscored them 10-0. And then that momentum carried into the fourth quarter. Grayson Littleton's interception, and then Niblett's punt return. Man, they held OU to 5 yards rushing in the second half. 7 of 17 passing. OU 41%, 1 of 7 on third down, 1 of 3 on fourth down. Yeah, man. Oh, the other turnover they could have had was when Taft stepped on the out of bounds line instead of.
He's the worst. He's the worst at picking up a fumble. I don't know what. They just need to throw the ball out there and just have him go chase it for a drill. Like every day before practice, 10 minutes. Mookie Taft, hey, chase the ball on the ground, loose ball. We're just gonna throw it out there. You're gonna try to pick it up. He is so bad at that. Why are you running? This is the smartest player on the team. That's why it's so fascinating. Like,
can you not see that your foot is out of bounds and you're reaching down to pick it up? Like, come on, man.
Come on, man. I love him to death. One of my favorite players to ever put on the burnt orange. But when it comes to picking up a fumble, that's not his best attribute.
He played great. Like he said, I can't wait to see what people are going to say about us after we go 1-0 this week. He said when.
Talk that talk.
And then he went out there and he was flying around, giving up his body, just going for big hits. Yeah, man. Taft brought the wood. That was big time.
Man, Rodney.
Yeah.
8'5", 6'5", chase a chicken like Rocky. That's what I'm saying. Like Grayson Littleton, perfect hit on Dallas Wilson. Mookie is the whole game is different. Textbook. It's right there. The game has completely changed if you get that ball. And we saw what happened. Florida went down, ball gas, methodical drive, scored, ball game. And, different situation now, but still, you got to scoop that up, Mookie. We taking that to the crib.
Hey,
horrible play.
I got to give a shout out to Trang. I hope she's listening. I told her I was going to give her a shout out today. She came up to me at the Cotton Bowl. She's like, I listen to you and Zay every day. I'm like, Trang, we're giving you a shout out. So Trang, appreciate you saying something. Ed, who I bumped into in the food court, he was like, hey, Wade, all y'all, it was great to see you. And of course, all the folks who came out to Harwood Tavern, it was great. A lot of fun. Best weekend of the year, Mardi Gras of Texas OU weekend. Fantastic. So good.
So did you eat anything? Did you just chase the funnel cake cheeseburger?
Yeah, I chased the funnel cake and ended up with a corny dog.
Damn.
That's
yours though?
I wasn't paying attention and I missed the damn chocolate funnel cake. Dubai chocolate
bro.
Funnel cake.
And I'm telling you, that's
that?
award-winning. That's award-winning. So it's Dubai because they put pistachio in it. If they mix it with the chocolate.
Oh, now I'm even more crushed.
Oh, it's different. It's different.
I love that.
Yeah, my wife told me Dubai chocolate's hot right now. That's the poppin' food right now in 2025, or sweet treat.
It used to be like Swiss chocolate. Now it's Dubai chocolate.
Yeah, that pistachio with the chocolate, crazy. It's crazy. Shout out to Coach 420, man. I think my guy.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Yeah.
He's a spry 34 years old.
Yeah. Coach 420, I didn't see Trey Moore much, but he was all right. Pro Football Focus said he was all right. You know, what was his rating?
Let's see.
64. 31 snaps, 64 rating.
Yeah. I see 60. I see 62. Yeah, not Trey Moore's best. 31 snaps. Come on, Trey Moore.
I see 64, man.
Where you see 64? I'm going from the game. You're looking at the season.
Am I?
I'm looking from the game.
Okay.
From the OU game, he had a 62.
Damn.
And Lance Jackson.
Hey, if he's on the path of last year, this is the time where he starts figuring it out.
That's right.
So let's bank on that. Let's bank on.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you need. This defense should be causing all kinds of turnover issues. Like against Kentucky, Cutter Boley should be like, "Get me out of here." Mm-hmm. Like, bring Zach Calzada in. I don't want any more of this. This defense in PK, you got to trust your playmakers, man. You got to bring some heat from up front and leave your safeties back there, whatever you think you need to do. But man, don't be dropping Ant Hill into coverage every damn play. Like I saw him mugging on the line, up in the A gap and then turning and running 20 yards backwards.
It's that mind games, man. The quarterback sees that. Ant Hill going to the line, barking and stuff, acting crazy. Then he drops back real quick. That messes with your mind. You gotta play the mind games sometimes.
Yeah, I like how Ant Hill picks people up and drops them on their head. He was doing that in this game.
That much this year.
Yeah, we finally saw it in this game once.
Yeah, it was that play where he lit up Deion Burks because Jalen Ott missed the block on that jet sweep.
Oh,
yeah, they're killing Jalen Ott, man. I can't believe
you trying to kill me?
They're killing Ott.
What did I do to you?
Oklahoma fan, I know Ott got death threats. Nobody deserves that, but I know how the Oklahoma people.
He did.
He did. I see Oklahoma folks. They can't wait for Ott to get out of there. They can't wait. They can't stand the dude. They're like, yo, this is the biggest fraud.
They think he's point shavers.
Money. Yeah.
They thought he had money on the game.
You read the stats, 1,300 yards. How much was it?
Right. Yeah, he ran for 1,300 yards and 12 touchdowns 2 years ago.
Yeah, so he's supposed to be their main dude. Appreciate it, though. Hey. Ben Arbuckle, that's your fault, if you ask me. And Ben Arbuckle, he think he's so cool. He got the Jordan hat. He's got the retro Jordan hat because, Oklahoma, they're a Jordan brand team. But he's like, it's not even like an Oklahoma hat, which is kind of fly, but also, me, I'm a hater, so I can't say it's too fly. But it's the old retro Jordan 1, like you remember Air. It was like the first logo that Nike made that said Air Jordan on it. Classic. Yeah. It's the very 85, Phil Knight, all those guys, the very first one. And he just rocks it all the time. I'm like, oh, you think you cool, bro. You think you got swag out here. And then there's a weird GIF video going around of him dancing. I don't know what that came from. I guess they were, I saw them on the SEC network behind the scenes, one of those little specials, 30-minute specials, and maybe it came from that. But yeah, Oklahoma fans, they ain't too hot on Benny right now. Damn, college football, so cold. Well, we were like that last week. I was, at least. I didn't pick Oklahoma or Texas to win this game.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Prove me wrong. I couldn't do it.
Yeah. I was glad that they proved us wrong.
Yeah, prove me wrong, please, because I could not do it. When I saw from Florida, y'all gave me no choice. I didn't want to make that move, but they gave me no choice.
My picks were awful.
Who'd you have?
And so you had A&M to cover. That was a winner.
Easy money. Yeah.
I had Mississippi State. Or Florida. That was a loser. You had Georgia minus 3.5.
Come on, cheaters.
Did they win by 3.5?
Yeah, they won by 10, 20-10.
Okay. All right. So we both got that one right. You're 2-0. And you had Indiana plus 7.5. 3-0.
Come on, Fernando. Come on, Kurt, Siggy.
3-0 for Zay.
What's up, Siggy? Going to Altstadt Stadium. Not giving the damn. Fernando Mendoza threw a pick 6 too. Still winning by 10. I don't know who number 13 is for Indiana, that wide receiver. I don't know what his name is. Satanga. That's not Satanga. That's Isaiah. That's the dude from Oklahoma. It starts with an S, though. That dude could ball. That dude be running some crisp routes. Him and Fernando Mendoza, they got chemistry. And he lit Oregon's ass up all game long.
Yeah, that was big. We'll get into our NFL picks.
Yeah, what's up with your boy Brian Branch, man? Why the hell you have to do that to my boy Juju?
What was that?
What was that?
What are we doing? Like, I'm sitting there going, what are we doing? So we both picked the Lions. That was a loss.
Oh.
I picked the Colts to cover 5.5 against Arizona. Loss.
Jacoby Brissett was slinging it. That's right.
They won by 4.
Yeah, Jacoby Brissett. Oh, Brisket.
And I had the Ravens to cover 8.5 at home against the Rams, and they lost by 14.
Oh, yeah, bad pick.
So I went 1-5 this weekend. Zay, you had the Chargers minus 3.5, and they won by 2. Loss. And then you got the Bills tonight minus 4.5 against your Falcons. But you're 3-2 right now.
We'll take it.
Looking good. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here. Our great sponsors. What a great trip we had. So again, shout out to all of our sponsors who came through for us. That was a beautiful thing all weekend. I mean, that was good times, man. Yeah. We had Centex tickets and Austin Duck Adventures, Hayes City Store and Ice House, Port O'Connor, Premier Lodge, 7-Eleven. It's beautiful. And hey, for my guys who are snoring, make sure that you get in on this incredible deal that we have with the Sleep Cycle Center. I'm so excited that we've been able to extend it. But look, if you snore, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue called sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is when you're not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping. You don't even know it. But you could be waking yourself up all through the night. You're not getting deep sleep. If you're waking up cranky, then just go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And the reason we're fortunate to have the Sleep Cycle Center in Austin is because Dr. Chad Denman has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. And he has got the best technology to detect sleep apnea, the level of it, and the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open so I get that oxygen while I'm sleeping, to surgery. And all you got to do is go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. You're going to get $100 off your sleep study. Don't risk it. Get that information. Take care of yourself. Hey, it's Monday, which means all night happy hour at Cover 3. So if you're looking for a spot to check out Monday Night Football or just to hang, then Cover 3, Anderson, Cover 3, Round Rock. You got the great food, you got the great drinks, the great vibe, and a great place to hang out with your friends and take in your favorite team. But really, it's about the food. And all night happy hour, you get the $7 social hour menu, the firecracker shrimp, the bacon deviled eggs. You're eating like a king or queen for fast food prices, for crying out loud, at a high-end restaurant without the high-end prices. You know what to do. All night happy hour at Cover 3 today. It's already started. And our man Tom McKay, audio-visual consultations. Listen, maybe you want to get your special someone a big screen TV for Christmas. Well, then call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. Heck, maybe you want to get it to him for Halloween. Probably have to hustle. But hey, avconsultations.com, 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. He's got you covered on big screen, surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting. He's got it all. Give him a call. 255-8678. All right, Zay. I hate to say this, but man, in the age of the NIL and transfer portal, you better have the right quarterback. Because James Franklin got fired because Drew Aller sucks. And that's on James Franklin. He rolled with Drew Aller, and Drew Aller was not the answer. And so every time James Franklin needed a big play from Drew Aller to beat one of those ranked opponents, and he came close. Hell, he was in the college football playoff semifinals last year in a dogfight with Notre Dame to get to the national championship game. But what happened? Drew Aller, interception. And just like Hugh Freeze is next. Hugh Freeze bet on Peyton Thorne. Peyton Thorne sucks. He bet on Jackson Arnold. Jackson Arnold ain't it. Jackson Arnold's had chances to win big games. And Jackson Arnold, creates ways to lose games. Anyone remember the OU Missouri game from last year? Where Missouri wins on a scoop and score on a fumble by Jackson Arnold? You can't make this stuff up. But you got to get the quarterback right. And you look at Curt Cignetti at Indiana. And hell, Dan Lanning. But Curt Cignetti, he had Kirk O'Rourke last year, Kurt O'Rourke, whatever his name is, Rourke. And then he goes and gets Fernando Mendoza from Cal, Jack Endry's roommate and teammate from last year. And Mendoza is CB, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, telling us that Fernando Mendoza is now the front runner for the Heisman. And he should be. Dude is a warrior. He makes plays when it matters. He's there. And you gotta be able to win games late. You got to be able to make the plays that win games late. Gunnar Stockton has done that. I look at the quarterbacks out there, in the SEC, like Joey Aguilar at Tennessee. That dude, Nico came through big against Penn State, but you got to have a guy who can close. You got to have a guy who your whole team believes in. Colt McCoy had more fourth quarter comebacks than any quarterback in Texas history. None more amazing than the win at Oklahoma State when they were down 21. And he and Jamal Charles teamed up, and Ryan Bailey kicked the 40-yarder at his time expired to get out of there alive. You got to have a quarterback who can close the deal. And, Quinn Ewers at Alabama, trailing in the fourth quarter, 75-yard drive, touchdown. Gets up 10. Alabama cuts it to 3. Ewers leads them right down, 75 yards, touchdown. And James Franklin, like Jim Harbaugh, did not get the quarterback situation right at Michigan for 7 years. He was getting his ass kicked by Ohio State, Michigan State, everybody. And then he finally got it right. J.J. McCarthy, even the kid before him who transferred out, Harbaugh finally got the quarterback situation right, and he won a national championship. Now that defense pretty much won it. But you look at, Nick Saban always had the quarterback situation right. James Franklin, it got him. Just like Charlie Strong got the Texas job because of Teddy Bridgewater, James Franklin went from college football playoff semifinals to fired midseason because he didn't get the quarterback situation right. And all you got to do is look at the teams that had high expectations who haven't met them, and there's probably something going on with the quarterback. Yeah. Like even Arch at the beginning of the year, he was pressing, he's fighting through some stuff. Now he's out of his head and he's focused on the defenses, which, maybe they got it. Maybe they got it in time. Maybe they figured it out in time. But yeah, CB, that's right. James Franklin was interviewed for the Texas job when they hired Charlie.
Oh man.
Yeah. Steve Patterson interviewed James Franklin and hired Charlie Strong. Of course, Steve Patterson tried to give the job to Jim Mora, for God's sake. Like, that's a book unto itself, that whole football coaching search debacle. But James Franklin's a great coach. He's a great recruiter. He's a great spokesman. He can raise money. But man, those Penn State fans couldn't take it anymore. And I believe the AD there has got ties to
John Gruden.
Does he?
I don't know. I'm just throwing.
No, it's a different. It's a different college coach. I'll do a little more research into it, but you typically don't make that move unless you got someone lined up ready.
That's what I'm saying. John Gruden, Ohio guy, Midwestern guy.
I've heard rumors from Urban Meyer to whoever, but
Urban Meyer's nuts.
You got to get the quarterback right. And
Jim Knowles, great move leaving Ohio State, huh, Bucko?
Hey, he got paid.
Yeah.
And he'll get paid again.
He was going to get paid at Ohio State.
Yeah. Well, he got that national championship last year. He won the money.
Guy's greedy. Get the national championship.
He's a coordinator.
I want more.
Hey, if you can get it.
I want a new challenge.
What? You're going to turn it down?
Yes. Yes.
You are?
Yes, I'm turning it down. To be in a place that has structure and take a little bit less money? What's 25 down?
I honestly cannot believe how they have two of the best running backs in the country. Penn State, their offensive line had guys returning. Like, this is confounding. That you have to know if your quarterback can win you a game late. And Drew Aller couldn't, and James stuck with him. And he's going down with him. Like, he could have given Bo Perbula a chance. Not the Bo. What'd you think? I didn't see enough of the Missouri-Alabama game because it was on during Texas, but they were there. Missouri was right there.
They were right there. They had no timeout, so Bo was pressing a little bit. He threw a really bad interception to end the game. But it was a battle. Like, that running back from Missouri, he's good. Alabama, they made him fumble. They made Ty Simpson fumble in the game. There was one throw Ty Simpson made, man, where it's just like, yo, you serious? Like, how did you see that? Like, how did you, why? Why in your right mind did you think it was okay to make that throw? Because a lot of people wouldn't have the balls to make that throw. And Ty Simpson just makes the throw and makes it look easy. He's got something. He's got something. He made mistakes in that game, but he did enough.
He's playing at a high level.
Yeah, he's playing at a really high level. Alabama, which now Florida State losing again, that loss looks even crazier than before, but seems like Alabama has figured some things out. Very eager to talk to Lance about it this upcoming Thursday.
Yeah, this SEC race is going to be nuts. So hold on tight, kids, because Alabama looks good. Ole Miss looks good. Georgia's dangerous. Texas could find it. Matt Rule. Matt Rule. The AD at Penn State has some ties to Matt Rule. He was at Temple with Matt Rule. So keep your eye out there. And that puts Matt Rule in a terrible spot. He went to Penn State. Like, he probably wants that job.
Yeah.
And he's coaching Nebraska, and he's gonna have to be real strategic in how he answers these questions. Like, I don't talk about other jobs. Just leave it at that.
Man, I'll tell them right to their face, man. The press, man. This corn is nasty. I'm gone.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it, man. Shout out to Covert B Cave. Covert B Cave got us down to Dallas this past weekend for the Red River Shootout at our Buick Encore GX. And you could be like us and get a Covert BK vehicle. Also, new, pre-owned, it doesn't matter. They have 7 terrific brands to choose from other than Buick. They got GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. So they got something for everybody. If you're more outdoorsy type of person, go get you a Jeep. If you're a little old school, you can ride clean in the Cadillac. But either way, you'll love what you get at Covert B Cave. Go to covertbcave.com for the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So, yeah, the Las Vegas Aces won the WNBA Finals. Clean sweep.
A'ja Wilson, baby.
A'ja Wilson, man. She MVP. She might be the greatest women's player of all time.
I was just about to ask you.
She's different, man. She's smooth. Like, she got guards.
Forget about my girl who won four titles.
Who? Cynthia Cooper?
Cynthia Cooper's
cold. Yeah, she right there. But Cynthia Cooper had like Cheryl Swoops and Tina Thompson. Like, Cynthia Cooper, they were like the Warriors with KD and Steph and all them, just Hall of Famers all over the place. I don't know if the Aces got another Hall of Famer. Like Chelsea Gray, she's good. I don't know if she's going to be in the Hall of Fame, though. But A'ja Wilson, yeah, she did her thing. Congrats to her. I say that to say this. My favorite player in the WNBA now, it's easy. Paige Beckers. You serious, man? Paige Beckers in the house, Texas OU, Red River Shootout, throwing up Hook'em, wearing that DMX Rough Riders looking jersey and just living it up. And, hey, yo, Paige, she really living it up. Her eyes, a little glazy. You know what I'm saying? Her eyes, Paige look like she's, a little pregame before the state fair, which ain't nothing wrong with that. A lot of us do it. I feel you, Paige. I hope you have fun. Obviously, she's rooting for the right team. Now that she's a Texan, she's from Minnesota, went to UConn, got drafted by Dallas. So she's completely engulfed with the Texas culture. You know what I'm saying? When she first touched down, she was eating barbecue early. She was eating Mexican food early. Like Paige Beckers, and remember, she's the rookie of the year. I'm saying it. I'm taking her over Caitlin Clark. Off this alone. Caitlin Clark now injury prone. Now we got to worry about that. Paige Beckers. Yeah, Paige Beckers. She's one of us.
Hey, yeah.
Paige.
Yeah, she doesn't need to be wearing a hockey jersey to a football game in 90-degree heat. But
Yo,
hey,
it looks like
she's strong.
it looks like the jerseys that DMX used to wear back in the day. I mean, it's fly, it's clean, but yeah, I'm sure she was hot too. Also, sad news, man. Sister Jean passed away the other day. Yeah, Loyola Chicago's finest, Sister Jean. They just
106.
106. I told you. Remember what I told you not too long ago? They just fired her, and that worried me because
They didn't fire her. She retired.
No, they fired her.
She retired. She was the chaplain, fool.
And they were like, "Yo, you're too old to do this.
No.
We can't have you be the chaplain."
She was struggling.
Maybe, but maybe that's all she had. Maybe that's it. That's all she
I
had
hear
to
you.
look forward to.
Let's not blame anyone. Can we just celebrate her incredible life?
I love her. I love her. And she probably was trying to watch Porter Mosier succeed, and that hasn't went well either. So
that aged her.
Yeah, that definitely aged her more than they should have.
Porter, you're killing me.
She's gonna support Porter Mosier. They got history together, but hey, Porter Mosier at OU. It's been tough times for OU basketball. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Porter's still there, right?
Yeah, he's still there. This is it. This is a hot
Joe Castiglione. They honored him on the field. The AD at OU.
Yeah.
He's leaving, so he doesn't have to deal with Brent Venables or Porter Mosier.
Oh, yeah. Whoever comes in, good luck.
You get to name your own guys.
Yep. So one of the best things about rivalry games is that it travels in the NFL because guys are playing with teammates now that they used to face off in these rivalries, like Jade Barron, and they make that bet. My team wins, you got to wear the gear. Your team wins, I'll wear the gear. Well, Marvin Mims Jr. Rocking the Texas gear, looking as happy as ever. This is on Jade Barron's Instagram account. Obviously, him and Marvin made a bet. Marvin was good at OU. Right, Texas fans, yeah, I remember Marvin Mims.
He said he wanted to join the winning side.
Yeah, caption said he wanted to join the winning side. And yeah, Marvin Mims, he looks happy as ever. Rocking the burnt orange, man.
Hey, remember that catch Marvin Mims made from Caleb Williams in that crazy-ass comeback in 2021?
Yeah, I remember.
That was insane. Like, I don't know how he stayed in bounds on that catch.
Yeah.
But, yeah, way to go, Jade.
Way to go, Jade. R.I.P. my girl Diane Keaton, man. This one hurts me. She's a legend. Godfather, you know what I'm saying? Annie Hall, classic. You know, what else?
Woody Allen loved her. He put her in every movie. Something's
Gotta Give. Diane had range. She had range. Gone too soon. Only 79, but
man.
Yeah, gone too soon. Yeah. So
I'm
still sad that you didn't get the funnel cake bacon. Like, what happened? Like, how
devastating.
They were back. That's yeah.
I mean, 4 years in a row, I'd enjoyed that. And then
4 years in a row.
Couldn't find it.
I couldn't find it either.
I'm like, what is this? Like Costco, where you start moving the goods around so people keep going to all different parts of the store. Like, now I got to look all over the state fair for this thing.
Right.
I have limited time. But what'd you think of the Cowboys? The Cowboys, man. Dak's playing great. Defense is terrible.
Rico Dowdle, revenge.
Rico Dowdle said, "Excuse me while I whip this out."
Yo, that looks so personal, man.
Oh,
he said it was personal. He said it. Like, I mean, I feel him.
I was like watching him going, man, Jonathan Brooks going to get his job back.
Yeah, that job ain't, Rico Dowdle. Yeah, interesting day in the NFL. You know, Going back, your boy Brian Branch out of control, by the way.
Yeah, he's out of control. I'm so pissed off. Everything last night. I mean, Amon-Ra had a drop.
Yeah, that's when you
Amon-Ra
know.
had a drop on 4th down, and it kind of killed the momentum. I mean, it shouldn't have been the reason they lost. But Brian Branch, what are you doing, man? That was idiotic.
I mean, I know a lot of people want to hit Juju Smith-Schuster, but you got to control yourself, dog.
And give some love to Baker Mayfield, because that dude, that whatever 3rd and 19 he converted with his legs, tough. He's playing at an MVP level right now.
Yeah.
I mean, the Lake Travis product who hates Texas because they didn't recruit him, and he ends up at Boomer Sooner, is playing his ass off in Tampa. That team I thought was ready to quit on Todd Bowles, and you know what? Baker's brought him back to life.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring in the fellas. Patrick and Matt. Matt, you made it back from Big D, okay?
Yeah. It was a weekend, but we made it. You make it back to ATX, okay?
Yeah, man. That was terrible traffic.
Traffic was horrible yesterday.
Horrible.
Yeah, I didn't have to deal with most of that on 45, fortunately. So it was wasn't too bad. But that was fun pregame on Friday and fun pregame on Saturday, guys. Finally got to meet Zay in person. It was a hell of a weekend.
Let's go.
All right, y'all. I gotta get out of here. Have a great show.
Appreciate you guys. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you, the third member of Open Gym, on the text line 512-222-9328, or over there on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. If you're on there to YouTube, make sure to give us that like and subscribe as well. What is up, CB? What is up, everybody on the chat? As we get into it here on a Monday afternoon, Matt, and much happier Monday afternoon than last week. Things looking much better for Texas right now. The season is not over. We're not doing a morning of the season that was supposed to be. Instead, we're looking at something of you win a big rivalry game, which is always nice. You hold the Sooners to no touchdowns once again, which is always nice. And then at the end of the day, you get to say there was a lot of improvement that we saw on this Texas team, right, Matt?
Yeah, I think that this is probably the most complete game they've played all season long. For one thing, I thought it was the best game Arch has played in his entire career. I know that the statistics don't necessarily bear that out with the 166 passing yards, but I thought that was the best I've seen him play. The most composed, just on time, everything you could think of. I thought he was absolutely fantastic. The running game showed up, Patrick.
Trey Wisner showed up.
Well, yeah, Trey Wisner showed up.
Trey Wisner showed up.
Runs too. But that was huge. I thought the offensive line was much, much better, even though PFF doesn't agree with me. The wide receivers played a great game, even though they didn't have a whole lot of explosive plays. And that's not even talking about the defense that played absolutely fantastic nearly the entire game, outside of really that first drive. And then towards the end of that drive, they kind of caught their breath and they're like, all right, let's go kick their ass. And they kicked their ass the rest of the game for the most part.
Yeah. No, it was a lot of fun, and we're going to get more into it. We've got some Sark audio. Matt's got his all-22 breakdown. Will come in the 5 o'clock hour, at the beginning of the 5 o'clock hour. A whole lot to get into. But the most important question, Matt, was did you get to try any of the food at the State Fair?
No. I had a corn dog. And, I got there probably 9 a.m.-ish, and I walked in and started heading to the TSU tent, and then I saw corn dogs. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna hop in. I'm going to grab a corn dog. Had a corn dog for breakfast, and then I just kind of sat down. I was like, should I go for the churro jalapeno popper thing? Because my sister's one of my sister's good friends' dads is the one who runs that stand, apparently.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, I'm gonna go see Mr. Velasquez, and I'm gonna get one of those things. And then I thought about it, and I was like, man, corn dog at 9 a.m. is already pretty hardcore. I think if I added a churro jalapeno popper with bacon jam on it or whatever the hell else was on it at 10 a.m., then it was going to be a long day. So I decided not to go for it.
I mean, come on, it's a state fair. You're only going to be at the state fair once a year. You're allowed to be crazy for that. I know it's a little bit tougher, if you got to do the game right after, that may make it tougher, but you could have come out after the game, gone into the state fair and tried some stuff and tried to make a run and get some. I guess if you were did you drive straight home or do you stay the night in Dallas?
I crashed at my sister's house those 2 nights,
Okay.
and
yeah, if you were staying in Dallas, you've been fine. You could have gone out and just gone crazy.
Yeah, I had the A&M game to cover still,
Oh,
so I had to run home and catch the second half of the A&M game, and then I got to the fourth quarter of that game, and I was like, well, I'm just going to rewatch the Texas game because this thing's done. So and they moved the press box also at the Cotton Bowl with the renovations.
Yeah.
So instead of being 50-yard line, it's in like the OU side of the end zone, kind of in one of the corners by the tunnel. Really nice press box, but I don't like it. I don't like end zone viewing for watching a football game. It's kind of hard to see a few things here and there. So decided to go back and watch the game broadcast, and ended up watching the game twice in one day because it was so satisfying.
There you go. Yeah, I know and I think, isn't that where they're moving the press box pretty much the same place at DKR too?
That's what it sounds like. I think that's exactly what they're doing.
Money wins, and the money right now is let's put something really fancy at the 50-yard line and sell that and get tons and tons of money for it. And so the press has got to go somewhere else because they're not paying. So that is the thought there. Joe, I would say, since you're in here, apologize, Joe. You were right. John Mateer did play. John Mateer did play in this game. I still don't know if it's the right decision to have him play, and not even necessarily for the reasons we were talking about. But I think when you watch that game, you could tell it looked like a guy who hadn't really taken reps at any form at a high level in 3 weeks.
I agree with you. I do agree with that. I will say one other thing though, and Jeff Ketchum pointed this out on Twitter, and I went and did a little research. John Mateer is just kind of ass against Power 4 teams.
No, I know that.
So but he hasn't been good against really any Power 4 team outside of like Michigan.
Yeah.
And we don't know what they are. So I think that had a lot to do with it too. I thought he was fine for the most part in terms of, being able to grip the football and rip the football and all those things. Yeah. Like he sailed a couple balls, but Texas was getting after him and flustering him, and he looked confused half the time. He was making bad decisions and all the different things that we thought, Arch might fall victim to in this game. And he battled, like, don't get me wrong, he battled, and I had some admiration for him coming back after 17 days removed from that surgery and bleeding and still playing. But I don't know if they score a point in that game with Michael Hawkins Jr. So I do think it was the right decision.
I get the concept that it may not, but like the fact that John Mateer couldn't run either, the fact that John Mateer couldn't even get that part of his game where he just looked dumbfounded the entire game. And I was like, yeah, maybe there is a little bit of rust there. Maybe it's the fact that he didn't practice with the ones. It didn't feel like they had him in the game planning enough. It felt like this was guys, we saw what Florida did to him. We can come in and just do the same thing. And it didn't feel like John Mateer had that sense of urgency of what this really was. And I think maybe not being fully ready, not knowing you're going to play all week and not having that in there probably doesn't help. I think Texas still does a good enough job that you're not going to get a ton out of it, but maybe a touchdown in there, maybe an explosive play. But that's where I kind of go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say there was a couple of explosive plays when you go back and watch the film that he just missed.
Yeah.
Like he didn't see him. And that's partly absolutely to your point. Like maybe he was just, he hadn't taken reps and they were trying to save the thumb for as long as they could. And he was trying to take mental reps or whatever, but that's not the same as in practice reps or game reps. So he played completely he was rusty. He was all the things that you mentioned. But also, I do want to say, I think you have to give, and I know you agree with me on this. I'm just saying, you have to give the Texas defense so much credit.
Oh, of
Because
course.
they got on his ass from the start, and they didn't let him take any rest.
Oh, man. But we can say that the reality is they went after him and played aggressive defensive football.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, I said all last week in the Sark and playing for the team that you have, not the team that you want. Defensively, Sark has always kind of had the philosophy, we want to have explosive plays and we want to allow 0 explosive plays. So if people want to try and go underneath on us or people want to try and do whatever else, we'll kind of let them do that. But we don't want to allow them to have explosive plays. So when you blitz, especially bringing in cornerback blitzes and safety blitzes and different exotic looks to get these blitzes in, you allow the chance for somebody, especially somebody who had been playing well earlier in this season, maybe not against the best opponents, to make an explosive play. So Sark normally, game plan wise before the game, says, hey, why don't we take it kind of conservatively on the defensive end and we'll limit their explosive plays, hopefully to 1 or none. And then we'll be able to score enough points on the other end with our explosive plays. And this game felt like the complete opposite of that blueprint for Sark, that he went defensively, go for it. Go in there and get him. I remember I wrote it down because we were doing the post game. In that first series, they blitzed twice. And I went, all right, we blitzed twice already.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we didn't blitz this much against Florida in the first half. And we did it twice already in the first drive. That gives me some hope. That makes me feel like we can get something going for that. But then we add into that on the other side of the ball, especially when they started to get things going, and once they kind of figured out, once again, the offensive line was not going to be able to hold, and it didn't matter another week of practice. They weren't going to be able to be great playing the way he wants them to play. Let's go into some short yardage stuff. Let's try and get some stuff, just get the ball out of Arch's hands. His time improved so much. He was under 3 seconds now for getting the ball out of his hands. Which, once again, when people get mad at Arch for the time he has the ball in his hands, you go, sometimes that is his fault. A lot of times it's Sark's play calling because he has something slow developing. If that's your one and it could get open, you're going to watch it more. So you saw a little bit quicker play, and all of a sudden everything starts to click in there. And the fact that they have 4 penalties in this game is the reason they're able to do what they did, because you didn't have those drive killers. And it was the last drive of the first half, and then that third quarter where you dominated the time of possession in that third quarter, and you just let your defense sit on the bench and rest and be ready to go in there and be attack formed in the fourth. That was so big for this team.
Yeah, I sent you a couple of screenshots, by the way. I don't know if you can pull them up on the stream or not before the break, but just to kind of illustrate the differences between this national narrative that we'll talk about if you can pull them up. But yeah, the defensive aggressiveness I loved. I think that Texas kind of took the identity in this game that, like, we can't screw around anymore, right? We have to be aggressive. We have to take chances. Otherwise, our season's going to be over. So we have to come out and be the more aggressive and physical team on defense, and that's exactly what they did. I think they pressured John Mateer. I mean, I know that they pressured him double-digit times. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I know that Colin Simmons had 6. Wait, hold on. I've got this right here, actually. Colin Simmons had four pressures. Brad Spence had 6 pressures in just 16 snaps. And Lance Jackson also had a couple pressures in there. So, and that's just those 3 guys. So they had a ton of pressures on John Mateer, which was huge. They sacked them a bunch, which was great. Offensively, this is exactly what we've been talking about, what we want to see for the last 6 weeks, Patrick. How to get Arch going early. What's the first play that they run in the football game? A tight end screen goes for a first down.
Yep.
And a big part of that was, they weren't in those drive-killing situations a lot. And even in the times that they were in some bad situations, Arch was able to get them out of it, or at least get them into a better situation for a field goal attempt in that game. But with Arch, you go back to the Florida game last week, His average depth of target was 20.2 yards, which was the longest in college football for any quarterback that week. In this week against Oklahoma, his average depth of target was 4.2 yards, which was the fourth shortest in the country of any quarterback. So that is a massive shift in your philosophy and what you're trying to do. You recognize, like, and when you look at the film that I'm going to show you later, there's still those deep concepts that they're running, hoping that those come up. But what they're doing is they're giving Arch some outs. If he's feeling pressure, he has to step up or get on the move, and keeping guys underneath so that he can get rid of the ball when he needs to. And that was the secret sauce for this entire game, because Arch came out and just was dealing the entire day. He was 21 of 27. He threw the ball away 3 times. So you take those out of the way, he was 21 of 24. And he also lost, like, I think 13 or 16 yards or something like that on screen plays that were busted or check downs that got busted up. So, his numbers could have been a little bit higher. And I get all the Oklahoma fans are going to come in here and say, well, if John Mateer didn't have a broken hand, it's like, that doesn't stop you from getting sacked 6 times, getting pressured 15, 20 times, and throwing 4 picks or 3 picks. Could have been 5 picks.
Yeah.
Like, he was just making bad decisions. That had nothing to do with his hand being injured. It was a mental thing with him. And part of it is because, he didn't have all the reps he probably needed to have. But at the same time, like, you've been playing college football all year. You should know that you shouldn't throw it into triple coverage when you got a guy wide open on the other side.
And
like that's not a rep thing.
And let's once again throw in, we didn't have CJ Baxter either. It's not like we're 100% healthy. We didn't have a guy who's supposed to be one of our top running backs. He's also not playing in that game. So John Mateer played. I get it. And look, if you want to throw in that there's nothing Texas can ever do to impress you, and sorry and whatever, have fun. Go enjoy the rest of your life. I don't care to hear it. I know it's not true. So it doesn't mean anything to me if you're going to say, John Mateer would have thrown for 450 and ran for another 200 if his hand would have been okay. They're like, well, then he shouldn't have played.
Your brain is not in your hand.
Yeah. And the mistakes he made were not bad throws of that. He just lofted the ball. Like, and you saw in a couple of them, he expected a guy to sit down or he expected a guy to take a turn, and the guy didn't go the right direction. So those pieces are the ones that you'll see that you're like, oh no, that's just a wrong decision. That's a guy not realizing where he's supposed to be aiming it. And yes, those may be reps he missed at practice, but once again, that's on the coach for playing him. So all those pieces and the pressure, the offensive line, we knew this offensive line for Oklahoma was terrible. Also, what do we say before every Texas OU game? Who can run the ball wins the game. And Texas ran the ball better. So at the end of the day, nothing else, if we take anything else out of it, Trey Wisner running for 94 yards in this game is the reason that Texas can go and do it. And the fact that Torrey Blaylock had a couple good runs, that was their best shot in the game, but no one else was able to do anything. Oklahoma today calling for Jaden Knott's head, which is silly, but they're now blaming everything on him. Well, it's silly in the NIL era that you're like, well, we took a chance and paid a guy, but we don't understand how this works. They're not all going to be winners. And just because we paid the wrong guy doesn't mean that it's his fault that they're not running a system that was going to be good for him. Maybe the people in power should have thought of that. You have a bunch of recruits that happens to every year. It happens all the time. Every team has guys that are not going to work out. I know that the expectations were high, but then we can go on the whole media narrative now about, like, stop just completely at the beginning of the season believing the people that are paid to say your team is good mean every single word of it. And every 5-star is going to be a Hall of Famer. You have to take back to realistic expectations that there's a lot of good teams in college football, and every week is going to be tough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I get that people think Oklahoma is dumb for playing John Mateer. But do we really think Michael Hawkins Jr. would have done any better against the way that Texas defense was playing? I've seen what happens when that guy gets pressured. He throws it 15 yards off the mark. He throws interceptions. He gets rattled. He's not an SEC quarterback. It's not like if you magically insert that guy into the game that it's going to be a different result. Texas would have played it the same way. They would have gotten after him. They would have forced him into mistakes. They would have sacked him. They would have done all the exact same things. So it's not like it would have made that much of a difference. I think that the the narrative that most people are missing here, that most people have bought into, is that John Mateer is a good quarterback. That seems like a falsehood to me right now, because he doesn't play well against Power 5 teams.
I'll say
Power
this.
4 teams.
I think if John Mateer had a better offensive line, he would be a better quarterback.
Well, I think if Arch Manning had a better
I
offensive
agree.
line, he'd be.
I agree.
Like
I'm just saying that offensive line is a problem. The same way.
Absolutely is. It's a problem, and I feel for John Mateer for being in the situation that he is in. But Oklahoma looks at him like he's Superman, and really he's just kind of like, like what's a lame superhero like
Wait, what are the Green Lanterns that bombed at the box office? One of those ones.
Yeah, like he's like Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern. Like everybody thought he was going to be awesome.
What was Seth?
And the
Rogen's
trailers were
superhero?
Huh?
What was Seth Rogen's superhero movie?
Green Hornet.
Green Hornet, yeah, that one. He's Seth Rogen as a superhero. Like, not supposed to be a superhero.
Everybody thought he was going to be good, and the trailers were great against the non-con teams. But then when he played a real defense, he got locked up, and that's what he's done his entire career.
No, and Naman, I'll tell you this: one of the reasons he didn't run is because there weren't lanes for him to run a lot. Like, Texas did a really good job, and again, it's hard to run on scrambles when the edge is set. And the interior offensive line is also coming in. Basically, everything was breaking down that offensive line all game long. It's just tough. That when you have an offensive line, it's not playing. And Texas made the adjustments to it, and Oklahoma didn't really make those adjustments. And look, I'll give Oklahoma credit. 12 tackles for loss is still a ridiculous number that defense had.
That Oklahoma defense is. I almost just said the bad curse word. That Oklahoma defense is effing real, man. Like, I'm telling you, they've got athletes, they've got playmakers, they've got guys that are usually in the right position. They've got fantastic pass rushers, beastly defensive tackles. Texas just did a good job of navigating around that and exploiting where they're weak. And every defense has a weakness. Texas has a weakness. Yeah. Ohio State has. Everybody does. And yeah, Ben Affleck Daredevil. There you go, Joe. Like, that Oklahoma defense played its ass off, man. And you can't fault them for this game, because they kept Texas to 3 points in the first half.
Yeah.
And they just got worn down because the offense couldn't stay on the field because Texas was dominating that offense. So if you had put together a couple drives in the second half, maybe that defense has a little more life in the second half. But Patrick, that Oklahoma defense was on the field for the entire third quarter. Oklahoma ran 4 offensive plays in the third quarter.
No, and look, and I'll even throw in that we heard Holly Rowe reported it during the game. She's like, the sun is directly on the OU bench, and Texas is in the shade. And you were like, well, glad we're the home team on this one, aren't we? Yeah. That, you're able to get it, and you're like, all right, and that's when you're sitting there and they're on the bench, and even when you come off, you don't even cool down a little bit, and your offensive line is still getting sweating on the sideline because they're sitting in the sun waiting to come back into the game. I think all those pieces were there. But yeah, I mean, we saw fully on 12 tackles for a loss. I agree with you, Naman. The perimeter blocking still has to improve a long margin. We're hoping Emmett Mosley is going to help out more in that. Ryan Wingo, I'm sure, is working on this every day at practice. There's too many guys that let blocks pass them, that don't even put a hand out. And I get, don't hold, don't do anything. Literally just push a guy. Give your receiver a chance. Give your player a chance to go down the field. There was a play early in this game where I was like, when I thought we were going to lose pretty badly early, because you have the 2 penalties on Nick Brooks, and then Cole Hudson comes out, and I watched him watch 2 guys run around his right and left side with his hands up. And I'm like, they're not supposed to run into you. You have to go initiate the contact. And then I told Zay this on the post-game show, Matt. Whatever the hell that halftime speech was.
Yeah.
Whatever that halftime speech was, they played a different level. The offensive line played at a different level. Everyone played better in that second half of the game. So you kind of felt momentum change. At the end of the first half, Texas gets their first drive, goes down, it stalls out, so maybe there's a switch in momentum, but then you get whoever it was, Ben Arbuckle or Venables, who completely screws up the clock management at the end of the second half. Then they have no timeouts and 10 seconds. They chunk the ball deep, and it's an interception, so they don't even get those 3 points, which means when Texas comes back down and scores at the other side, they have a 3-point lead on you now, or a 4-point lead on you now. And like that momentum shift that you're able to get out of that, it is such a really big moment. And it just felt like whatever was said at halftime, whatever was done for the adjustments, all of it just seemed to click in that second half. And then OU was trying to respond and never could get it going because they didn't get the ball back until the fourth quarter, really. They get that 1-3 and out, and then you're now really behind.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Whatever Sark said at halftime, I hope somebody's got that on tape somewhere because it must be electric. But I will say this: after Trevor Gooseby went down for those couple plays in the first half, it was like on the second or third drive of the game.
Yes.
My first thought was, "Oh shit!"
Yes.
But then, like after that, like Jaden Chapman had a really nice block on the, like the very next play after that, almost I think. And it just seemed like once he went down, it kind of woke up the offensive line a little bit more. And then when he came back, they were like, all right, we got this. And they played much better from that point on. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the fact that Gooseby went down and was injured and came back in the game. And they were like, hell yeah, he's a warrior. Let's all be warriors or something like that. I don't know. But they played much better after that point. And to your point about the play at the end of the half, that absolute momentum shift. I thought that was gigantic. Classic Brent Venables football to waste 24 seconds, like,
and then call
at the
timeout
end of the half, and then call it. Like, what the hell are you doing?
and
I'm sitting there
I'll go. It's Arbuckle's fault because Arbuckle didn't get a play in.
Yeah,
because Mateer's just sitting there going, "What the hell are we doing?" Like, so clearly it's an Arbuckle problem because you think, well, we have one timeout, we want to get the ball off, so Arbuckle go in there, call the play. And I don't know if he was waiting for it I don't know what happened, but something happened, and it's crazy. Like that was just, it was just such silliness on the sideline for that to be able to happen. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. And I mean, I want to throw out Manny Muhammad out there too to you, Matt, that we talked before the season that Malik Muhammad was trying to be more aware of the game. And we talk about, I was talking after the game, and you think, does Malik Muhammad last year have those 2 interceptions?
No.
Is he conscious enough to break off of his guy, get out and get into space and make a play, as opposed to making sure I'm shutting something down? And I don't know if he makes those 2. I bet he still makes that one at the end of the half because, man, he was just there and it was a pass to him. But that first one, I don't know if he makes because I don't know if he's in the right spot. And so that for me too was such a positive sign to see him play so well, get a tackle for a loss, get a pass deflection, and those 2 interceptions. But really to see him be in the right place at the right time and make that right decision, that's where you go, okay, that's that next step up that we saw Jahdae Barron take a year ago, and you're just happy to see that from him.
Yeah, and I think that he played with a little extra juice. He said after the game that he thought he let everybody down last week against Florida because he got hurt. And I think that kind of motivated something in him, like, all right, I got to make it up to my guys. So he came out and he played really aggressive. It wasn't just the 2 picks either. He had a nice TFL on a short pass on one of the Oklahoma receivers, and that's typically not the kind of play that you see him make either.
No.
So
I thought that's the kind of plays you have to make when you're starting to play more aggressively.
And I think that he played his best game as a Longhorn, regardless of the stats, because when he wasn't getting the picks, the guy was never open that he was on. He was an absolute blanket. He was making tackles. He was aggressive. He was, like you said, recognizing that he can move off of his guy because the ball's in the air and go make a play. Like, those are all things that we never have really seen out of Manny Muhammad that we're finally starting to see. So I thought he played fantastic. He's probably the obvious pick for like defensive player in the game. I watched every minute of your post-game show with Zay, by the way, on my drive home. Fantastic job. And I think I commented a couple times too. But for me, there are so many different guys on this defense that you could give the game ball to.
Yeah.
Like you could give it to Michael Taff, who was playing with his hair on fire. He had that sack
Yeah.
towards the end of the game that was huge. He was laying the wood the whole game. Colin Simmons, I thought, had his best game as a Longhorn, period. 2.5 sacks, 4 pressures. Brad Spence.
Set the edge.
Yeah.
Like
Brad
that was their
Spence
deal.
looked like an animal.
Colin Simmons, to me, in that Florida game, started to figure out how to play team football while still getting pressure, and he got much better. And then this game, because everyone was getting home, Colin Simmons was the guy to get home. But, man, his ability to also not be able to be beaten on that side of the field, not letting John Mateer get outside of him, that was so big. And Spence did it as well. Ethan Burke did it really well. There were so many plays where Oklahoma tried to lead them to open up a path for John Mateer to break out of, right? And you would watch as the edge would start to see it, stop, and come back the other way and completely close that down, and John Mateer had nowhere to go. And multiple times in the game, you saw a Texas defender realize what was happening in the moment, stop it, and come back in the right rushing lane so John Mateer couldn't get one of those big 15, 20-yard runs because he got one early, and then it started to get shut down even more. So that was all those edges really stepped up and played one of their better games.
Yeah, that's the best I've seen the edge room play all year. It's almost like last week against Florida. Do you remember that sequence of plays where Colin Simmons had like 3 tackles for loss in 3 plays?
Yes.
Or like 2 tackles for loss and like a no gain or whatever it was. I think something before that sequence of plays just clicked for him.
Yeah.
Where he was like, all right, I got to do everything on this side right now. I got to do this for my team. And he brought that same mentality over to the Oklahoma game and just played out of his mind. And we've been talking about like, when's Colin Simmons going to pop off? When's Colin Simmons going to pop off? He popped off on the biggest stage they played this year so far, the most important game they've played this year so far. I get they played at the Shoe against the number 1 team in the country. This is the most important game they've played so far because if they lose, their season's over, and everybody showed up. There wasn't a player who did not show up who saw the field except for maybe Jarrett Gibson. And that's no shot at Jarrett Gibson.
No, and again, the offensive line wasn't opening big running lanes, so it wasn't like there was a lot of room. Trey Wisner is just slippery, and he can get real small.
Yeah.
And he was able to stay real small and then turn it right back up. And he made some of those runs. And there was 1 or 2 of them where it felt like he got it kind of figured it out. And then from that point on, he got back in the mode he was in last year where he was able to slide through very small holes for Trey Wisner. And then, get that second piece of the run to get 7 or 8 yards. And those were really big. There was a play, and I think it was on like a 3rd and 1 in the third quarter, where the line, maybe it was fourth quarter, but the line, they snapped the ball. Trey Wisner basically runs into the back of the offensive line and falls over. And you're like, oh, and they get the first down. You went, wait, the line moved? The offensive line moved forward? Because we had not seen that. We haven't seen that push. And that is where you look at Nick Brooks. And the reason why Nick Brooks is playing is because between Nick Brooks and DJ, it feels like they're a bit more, they can get more aggressive in the run game. That's what you want to see, is those guys getting angry and playing, head down, angry football in the run game. And they're not necessarily doing great jobs of it, but if you're able to pick up a yard or 2, it's better than we were 2 weeks ago where they were getting pushed backwards.
I thought that DJ Campbell played his best game as a Texas Longhorn on Saturday. He was aggressive. He was confident. He was getting a push. He was seeking out contact after his initial assignment. I thought he was awesome pretty much the whole day. And Nick Brooks, man, first start as a true freshman, comes out against what might be the best defensive line in the country. I still think Oklahoma has the best defensive line in the country. They just got worn out. But he does things that Connor Stroh is just not capable of. And that's not a shot against Connor Stroh. But Nick Brooks is 6'7", 350 pounds.
Oh,
and
he's 330 now.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, he's a massive human being.
He's a massive human being. No, but he's like, it's good weight. You have 330 good weight is better than 350 bad weight.
Right. But he was moving a guy to the side, and then instead of just being like, all right, I got my guy, he's also using his speed to get upfield and make another block or push another guy out of the way or whatever, like what have you. Even after, you remember that hold? I put this play in my film review, even though it was a hold, because I thought it was still very impressive by Nick Brooks and by Trey Wisner. When he gets that hold on that long run by Wisner towards the beginning of the game, he still manages to run down the field with Trey Wisner, like almost like stride for stride. And he's like right there when Trey Wisner goes down. It's like no other offensive lineman on this roster can do that except like maybe Trevor Gooseby. Like that was insane. Yeah. So that's why he's in the game.
No, I'm with you. And I think it was a big piece for them to keep it going. We'll play some of that audio too. Sark was asked about Nick and his development so far and what he thought in the game at his press conference this morning. Here's what Sark had to say about Nick Brooks.
I think a couple things he's done. He's in the best shape that he's been in since he got here. You know, this guy arrived, he was over 360 pounds. You know, we were in training camp, he was in the 350s. You know, this weekend he was at shade over 330. So he's getting in better shape. He's better conditioned. I think his practice habits, the intent in which he's practicing, he's working at his craft, I think has been helpful. And I think his trust is better. He's playing in between two really, smart players in Trevor and Cole. And if he trusts those guys to make the calls, he's got the ability to go do it. Now, hey, he wasn't perfect Saturday, but he's definitely a heck of a lot better this Saturday than he was a week ago. And so hopefully we can continue on that trajectory.
So there's Sark speaking about Nick Brooks, and he's a lot better than he was. He's getting better, and that's that development in season for a young team that Texas has to see. You prefer this to have been done a little bit before. You prefer that they'd be further along than they were week one. But look, sometimes you got to play with the cards you're dealt. So at this point, you say, now we have a few more weeks that you have to be very, very conscious and very aware, because hell, if you watch football every week, you see anything can happen in any week. And so you can't let down against Kentucky, against Mississippi State, and definitely not against Vanderbilt. But you have games that are winnable, that you have the talent edge on, and you can go in and try and help and build those guys up even more each and every week. But that for him, from his start of the game to where he finished the game was monster, just huge above it. And look, I'm a fan that the refs did not end up calling a ton of fouls throughout the game. There just wasn't a ton of flags. You'd like to see that in a rivalry game instead of starting to get it real ticky-tacky. I think both teams got away with a few things in there. So I get the Ryan Niblett run. Everyone is going to, at OU is going to say was cheap. And then we can just go, all right, but if you want to go back and relitigate things, then y'all don't get to beat Auburn. So why don't we just let the games be the game?
Well, not only that, but Texas probably just drives down the field on you and at least gets a field goal. It's not like you were going to score more points because that happened.
No, I agree.
Even if Texas doesn't score another point in that game, you don't score another point in that game, you're not doing anything. So yeah, Oklahoma really got away with one against Auburn.
Yeah.
But, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It happens every week. I mean, hell, Kirby Smart got given a free timeout against Auburn.
Oh, no, Kirby Smart cheated.
Well, yeah, he cheated and he got a free timeout. Like it's insane how bad college referees are, but that's what we're dealing with. So don't complain when it works in your favor, and don't complain when it happens to you, because it happens to everybody.
Yeah.
So that's a non-starter for me. But
let's hit a couple other sound. Sark was asked a couple questions about Arch Manning. First one we'll play is Sark speaking about Arch's improvement over it. I did like when Arch spoke to the media. He was asked if he saw anything about the article that said he was the biggest flop, or the new flop, or whatever superlative they put on it for Arch Manning. And he said no, but I started getting all these texts saying, well, I guess those guys were wrong, right? He's like, I don't know what they're talking about. So I did find out about it down the line, but no, I did not know about it before the game. that he had been called this big flop or whatever else. And he's like, look, I didn't play well. I got to play better. Again, just being humble. And, he's like, it's their right to say whatever they want to say. It makes America great. And he just does that. So move on with that one. Here's Sark today, though, speaking about Arch's improvement in development so far this season and in this game.
Yeah, no, I think one thing that Arch has done, he's been very even-keeled in, he's continued to work at his craft. And I think that, last week he had a ton of third down conversions, and he used his legs on one. I think he had 7 other completions on third downs for conversions to a variety of different people. Not all of them were on schedule. There were some off schedule, and that's a strength of his. His ability to use his feet, use his legs, and still throw well on the run. I thought what he's doing better is keeping his eyes up and keeping his vision up. And it's hard as a quarterback when you're getting hit. It's hard to not look at who might be coming to hit you, but I think he has really improved at that. And there was a play that stood out. There was a conversion to Parker backed up on third down where, there was some pressure internally up inside. A week ago, 2 weeks ago, Arch may have looked at the guy that's rushing. I think he felt the rush, flushed the pocket, kept his eyes up, and might have arguably been the best pass he's thrown all year. And what a critical play that was, hitting Parker on the sideline. So I think it's his comfort in the pocket, feeling the rush, not looking at the rush, and extending plays. I mean, the third down conversion to Ryan Wingo, the third down, there's a conversion to DeAndre Moore on our sidelines. There's another, big play to DeAndre early in the game where he gets flushed to his left and finds DeAndre over the middle of the field. So I think it's him keeping his eyes up, feeling the rush. I think there's growth there, and I feel like he's throwing the ball. I like to call it, he's throwing catchable passes. There's nice touch now coming on the ball. Doesn't feel so anxious, and I think there's some growth there.
There's Arch, or Sark, speaking about Arch's development and push there in the game, and he brings up that giant third down conversion to Parker Livingstone, where it did feel like, all right, things are kind of going our way, but there's a big momentum shift. If they get a sack here, if they get a big stop here, and we got to punt the ball from our own end zone, that could be a momentum shifter, and that could change something, and there's still plenty of time left on this clock. And he rolls out, doesn't panic, in a moment where in the Ohio State game, he probably does panic and chunks that ball on the ground or throws it 15 feet too high. You know what I mean? Like that play probably a few weeks ago, he does panic because it's a big moment and a big game. This one, he doesn't. He stays poised, eyes downfield, sees his guy, gets the ball out. That's the improvement we've seen in 6 weeks.
It's funny. I think Sark should hire me as a offensive analyst, because basically everything he said is what I put down on my notes about Arch. And I haven't listened to the press conference yet, so I guess I'm starting to learn a few things by doing these film studies. But yeah, I mean, I thought this was Arch's best game that he's played as Texas Longhorn. Like, I don't think it's necessarily close, and not because of the yardage totals. And like, I put out a tweet after the game, said like Arch is a dude, and put his stats up there and all this stuff. And most people thought I was right. And then there's always the commenters, but like, 166 yards, like, that's nothing, like that's ass, blah, blah, blah. But the reality of the situation is it was his most patient game. It was the game that I thought he looked in the most control. He made the best decisions. He figured out what works for him the most, and he made smart plays at smart times. He didn't put the ball in danger at any point in the game. He layered the football incredibly well. He put heat on the ball when he needed to put heat on the ball. He made big time throws. I also think that throw to Parker Livingston is his best of the season by far. It was an incredible pass. We'll look at it in my film review. The angle that he's throwing that football from on the move is something special. And my favorite part of that play is after he makes that pass, he looks back at the Oklahoma defender and stares him down while he's laying on the ground, probably talking a little trash. But Arch had an 86.5 PFF grade, which was the second best PFF grade of any SEC quarterback, behind Joey Aguilar, who had a 90. He was 21 of 27 for 166, 1 touchdown with 3 throwaways, 13 yards lost on checkdowns and screens. which is due to blocking, not due to him. He made, like I said, he made big time throws, big time situations like that one to Parker. He did. Like, I noticed he still had a few kinks in his games. He still overstrides a little bit. His mechanics are kind of wonky when he's in the pocket. And he hesitated a couple times, but once he gets outside of the pocket, he becomes a problem. Like he can just do things off platform and on the move that it's very hard to find any other quarterback doing. I thought it was a huge step forward for him in his development. Safe, efficient football, which is really helping Texas to overcome those shortcomings on the offensive line. And it's allowing them to move the football in decent chunks so that they stay ahead of the chains rather than 3rd and 9, 3rd and 11. There's a couple 3rd and 29s in this game, 3rd and 19s. Like you still want to avoid those with penalties, but I was so impressed with him in this game. It was by far his best game as a Longhorn.
Yeah, they keeping the eyes downfield. He hit Ryan Wingo on one that I thought he could have run for a first down, but gets the ball out to Wingo and picks it up. The DeAndre Moore play, which we'll hear about on this clip from Sark, the DeAndre Moore touchdown is one of just staying in the right mindset, getting the ball out and not overthinking it, not freaking out. There's just a lot of plays. And again, we say he has tons of room for improvement. This is not the best Arch Manning we will see. But if we're saying what we saw week 1 to what we see week 6, or game 6, I should say, that progress is what gets you excited about why we all said at the beginning of the year, he's not coming out after this year. He's coming out after next year. This may not be the Heisman year. Next year may be the Heisman year that he tries to go for it. But if you look at all of this and go the progress, if you say now add another 10, 15 games onto this, how good could he be when he's heading out of college at Texas? I think that is where you look, you go, if he can continue to progress, continue to learn, continue to get more comfortable, but then have all of those elements already built in about being a good thrower, about being an athletic player. That's where the hype comes for Arch Manning. It's still warranted. It's just the thought that everyone is automatically great off the bat. And if they're not, then they're a failure. It's like, I get it. If you're training an employee and it takes them a day longer to learn it, it doesn't mean they're going to be a bad employee. Because sometimes people are like, oh, I got it. And then they screw up a bunch of times. It doesn't always, sometimes it takes a minute for people to get things. And I think for Arch, he'll get there. Here's Sark speaking about Arch's playmaking and kind of just when a play breaks down, what can Arch do? And he was asked, do you coach that or what do you do? Here's what Sark had to say about Arch's playmaking.
And I know there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. I don't overcoach that aspect of the game. You'll hear the players talk about Sunny Glen Park. That's the park that's down the street from my house off of Red Beam Avenue in Torrance, California. That, when you're at the park, it's like me, you, and a couple other guys, and it's like, okay, get open. I'm all-time quarterback. And so when you go to scramble, yeah, there's some parameters that you put around it, which we do. But at the end of the day, you got to play. And now you're playing the game of football, and part of that comes from playing together too. And now these guys have 6 games under their belt, and they have a little better feel for Arch of where he's moving and when he's moving and where that ball can go. But that's where you recruit football IQ as well. And I think DeAndre's got a great one. DeAndre's touchdown, that wasn't the route he was supposed to run. He was on a different route. But when the coverage busted, the feel from DeAndre and then Arch to recognize it to make the throw. And that's no different than some of the well. And so Emmett's got a great feel. Ryan's got a great feel. But at that point, you need to play football. But then for the quarterback, it comes down to decision making, right? When it becomes you're playing and when it can become reckless. And we never want to be reckless in those situations with the ball because the ball's paramount in the program. And so, but Arch has the ability to do that. And I'm sure he and his uncles and his brother have been in the backyard, messing around playing. And that's what those moments become. And he, he definitely has been doing that. And in the last 2 weeks, we're really starting to see more of that. And it's become a weapon for us.
There's Sark speaking about Arch's playmaking, and it is. He talks about the DeAndre Moore touchdown throw, that was a broken coverage that DeAndre Moore recognized, that Arch recognized, and they connected for a touchdown. Sometimes you just need those plays in games. Oklahoma's really good on third down. They're good in the red zone. Texas is awful in the red zone. We know this. So when you can get a play that it breaks down, you don't want to waste that. Where he's trying to force a ball somewhere else, he sees DeAndre Moore open and gets him the ball. I think those types of steps forward really give you confidence going forward into this season that Texas does have some hope on this offense to maybe start picking some things up. The third down conversion rate in this game, a touchdown in the red zone, your punt return, which we'll play a clip about Ryan Niblett here in a second that I thought was great stuff today. But all those pieces start to go, okay, they're starting to feel like a team that maybe if Sark did baby them a little too much early on, maybe if it's, Arch Manning being the first-year quarterback that they weren't ready to do enough in the offseason, was it because they played too late in the last season and there were some injuries on some major players, so they didn't, practice as much? Whatever it was, you end up now saying, this is what we have, and it's starting to gel a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love Sark's analogy about playing football in the park, because a lot of times that's exactly what this is. And if you go back and watch what these receivers are doing in these situations, they're helping they're helping Arch out tremendously by doing these scramble drills and fighting to get open when their route's taken away and Arch is on the move. I mean, there's 2 or 3 throws in the film study I'm going to do in the second hour that show exactly that. It's Ryan Wingo doing it. It's DeAndre Moore doing it. All these guys are finding ways to get open for Arch so that he can make a play rather than just giving up on the route, because there's so many receivers across the country that if their route gets taken away or they know they're not getting the ball, they're just like, all right, I'm just going to take this play off. But none of the Texas receivers did that at any point in this game on Saturday. I mean, I know that they didn't put up monstrous numbers, but I thought this was the most complete game that the receiver group had played all season. There were 0 drops. The only incompletion off of that hit a receiver's hands was knocked out by an Oklahoma defensive back on Emmett Mosley. So it's and also the one to Parker Livingston in the back of the end zone, both broken up by defenders, not drops. So unbelievable job by them to make things easier on Arch, and unbelievable job by Arch to keep plays alive and make those things happen, because that's so hard to do.
Sark was also asked about Ryan Niblett and his impact on this team as a whole. When you saw them holding him up like Rudy after he gets that play, you can tell how much he means to this team, that they were holding him up, pointing to the crowd, and just really taking in the moment and trying to say, Ryan's worked so hard. And for years now, they've been trying to find a place for him to be. And finally, for him to get a moment in a big game that's going to be remembered forever, because those returns are always remembered. It's really cool to see. Here's what Sark had to say today about Ryan Niblett and what he means to this Texas team.
Ton of credit to Ryan. But like a lot of these guys, they all, when they get here, they all want to be that freshman that's starting. And they've all got a bunch of stars, and they've all been the best players in the Little League and in high school and all that. And you get here and you get in our locker room, they're all really good players. And, he was a really kind of versatile player in high school. He played running back, he played wildcat quarterback, he played receiver. And so when we got him here, it was like, we just got to try to figure out what is his role. And he went from receiver to running back to defense in spring, back to receiver. Now he's dueling running back and receiver. He's returning punts. He's returning kickoffs. He's an elite special teams player on kickoff coverage. He's probably the best kickoff cover guy we have. But I think it's the selfless nature that he has. He's an awesome teammate, and I credit him because there was moments when he was thinking about leaving this place, and I didn't let him leave. I fought to keep him here because of, one, the player that he is, but two, I think he's a glue guy when it comes to our culture. And, as I tell you, culture wins. As much as talented people matter, culture matters more. And, he's one of those guys that is true to our culture. And for him to have some of the success he's having this year is really cool to see for him, but also for other players on our team. Some of these young freshmen we're talking about, that it's not always about, are you a frontline starter on offense or defense? Can you find a way and find a role on special teams and then grow into that role? No different than Trey Wisner a couple of years ago, what he was doing on special teams. And I could name a bunch of guys like that, but I think he's a great model to younger players of just sticking and staying the course and working, and you'll find a role on this team where you can really contribute.
There it is, a great message from Sark about Ryan Niblett and, getting him to stay. Basically, again, over this offseason, saying we're going to use you as a return guy, so you will get opportunities now, even if you're not necessarily going to be able to be the start, a top wide receiver, a top running back, or wherever else we can use you. We're going to try and find places to put you in the game, which they did, and then we're going to use you as a return guy and find a way. If we make you a boutique back, as Rob Babers used to say about, Jaden Blue was kind of that a little bit. Keelan Robinson was definitely that. In Sark's offense, you like to have those guys that you can use in a bunch of different ways. Ryan Niblett's that, and you love to hear about a guy that has just done everything right, stuck around, been what everybody in college football wants to see more of, and him getting a moment like that in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love this for Niblett. It's been so hard to figure out ways to get him on the field. I think he came in as a receiver, and then they moved him to corner, or they moved him to running back, and then they moved him to corner, and now he's back at whatever he is now, gadget guy. And you can tell the team loves him. Like you said, they held him up like Rudy after that play. Those are the kinds of guys that, like, when they score, everybody gets elevated. It's like when Arch scores, it's like, yeah, we're all pumped we scored a touchdown, but like Arch has 17 touchdowns already this year. Like we expect Arch to score touchdowns. When a guy who's been working his ass off in the program for the last few years gets one on a big play in a big game, everybody on the sidelines like, yes, our guy. So you got to love that for him. I mean, Patrick, if we're still doing this show 10 years from now and we go back and we do our, top Longhorns plays of the last 25 years or of the 21st century or whatever,
that might be on there.
That's going to be on there.
Yeah.
It has to be on there. And I get Chris CB. I see that Venables said there was 2 missed blocks on the back on the Niblett TD. So what? Like there's missed blocks in the back or holds on every punt return that has ever happened.
Yeah. And they were flopping too, flopping all over the floor.
Yeah, I'm not sure that guy was falling as Vosick was hitting him. I like, who cares? Like, exactly, CGAD. Yeah. Who cares? Like, it happened, and you gotta love it for Niblett. I can't believe he's still in the program after hearing what Sark said. Like,
yeah,
he was going to transfer, and I had to convince him to stay because he's the glue guy. Like, who makes the decision to stay based on that? Truly, like. No, you can't leave. You're the glue guy on the bench and in practice that keeps us all together.
Yeah.
Like, screw that. I'm going to get some dough and going to play some football. But that speaks to his character, man. He waited his turn and he got it.
No, it is very cool to see that for Ryan Niblett. Another clip real quick. Sark was also asked, I believe, by our man Chip Brown, as a 2-part question, because Chip Brown is a veteran reporter, gets some of those 2-part questions thrown in there that make John Bianco go crazy. Here he also asked Sark about the O-line and how he would grade the offensive line performance in that game, which is still one of the biggest questions for the rest of this season for Texas.
The offensive line did a really good job. That's a tough front. OU's got a very good front, and they've got some very talented players. They've got a really good scheme. We knew that they were going to cause us issues. We just tried to minimize the negative plays, which is an area where they have thrived. And for the most part, we did. But going up against that front and them playing the way they played, we were definitely pleased.
So, still lots of work to be done, but pleased to see that you were able to get something going there. Definitely helps you out a little bit that they figured out in the second half, played better and played to the game plan enough. Didn't get you penalties, didn't get you killed in the second half. And just did enough. They did enough that you were able to have consistent drives, and that's huge because I don't think we've seen that really all season long.
No, and I think that I'm happy the offensive line finally earned some love, because since the first game against Ohio State, where I thought they played pretty well, they've been pretty bad ever since. But it seemed like they simplified things. They had more zone blocking schemes, less pulling and complicated stuff like that we had seen a week ago against Florida. Nick Brooks was really good. He had a bad start to the game, but he ended up being pretty good. He played with effort and physicality that we haven't seen at the left guard position all season long. DJ Campbell played inspired and smart and with intensity. And you know, I can tell you this: if you're going to run, I think the best option you have, if you're going to run to the outside, run behind Gooseby and Brooks, because those guys are moving people and they can move their feet and they're strong. I will say, I think Cole Hudson is still an absolute liability. like he's Ryan Gosling at corner, and remember the Titans. He's not good, but he did make a couple of effort plays in this game that were huge. So you love to see that he's not giving up on a play. He's still running to make a block downfield and putting a hat on a guy so that his guy can get a few more yards. So as bad as he was in this game, he still made some key plays, and everybody on that offensive line made key plays.
One more clip before we take a break and get to Matt's all-22 breakdown, because I have to show the defense some love as well, because they are the real guys this season for Texas. That defense has been legit. I know they gave up some plays to Florida that we'd love to have back, but other than that, this defense has been really, really good. And the edge room stepped up in this game and had their best game. A lot of different players had their best game in the edge. Here's what Sark had to say about the edge room and Brad Spence.
That room has been one that, you know, we felt like coming into the season could be a real strength of our team. It's a very versatile room, and that was kind of intentional of how we recruited it. You know, when you've got Ethan and his style of play, and Zena and their style of play with the length and physicality they have, and then Lance being in kind of that same role, then to go along with where Colin's at, where Colton's at, where Brad is at. It's a very versatile room that way. And I credit the defensive staff for being creative to find more ways. And we got into a little different scheme Saturday where we were able to get Brad on the field and put him at a little different spot to where he could impact the game. And so, again, we have to continue to grow as a staff too, as where we have the depth of those players. How can we utilize all that we have and put them in position to have some success? And, you know, I credit Brad. He's been working hard. He had a tough week a couple weeks ago and continue to, you know, get back to the grind. He had a much better week of preparation last week. Found a role and made some plays. And again, Lance, same thing, you know, and he's growing from where, you know, we can become more accountable to what he can do. So we just got to keep playing all those players, you know, and we're fortunate that way.
So there was Sark speaking about the edge room and using guys in ways that are allowing them to be their best selves. And I think we kind of saw that, and we're starting to see where I think this coaching staff knows better of what guys will react in which scenarios. Hero Canoe has been really good in a lot of different scenarios. He's really started to step up in these last couple of weeks. He had a play in that game where John Mateer just looked at him. Do you remember in Austin Powers where there's a scene where it's like one of those street rollers or whatever, that's just rolling and like super slow, and the henchman's waiting and just going, no. That's what it reminded me of John Mateers being like, and instead of going left or right, just throws the ball up and takes the hit. And you're like, man, you probably should have, but it was just Hero Canoe just basically being a big guy and going, whichever way you go, you're gonna get hit. And so he just stayed there and took it. And you love to see that from this defense, that them finally get a chance to get home sometimes and build up a little bit more confidence before you go in these next two games where you're hoping to build even more confidence.
Yeah, I thought that was the most complete game from the entire defensive line unit, edges and interior in general, this entire season. Like I said earlier in the show, that was Colin Simmons' best game. 2.5 sacks, 4 pressures. Brad Spence, 6 pressures on 16 snaps and a sack. Lance Jackson was the highest graded player on PFF defensively, had an 87 on PFF on just 8 snaps. He had a sack, 2 QB hurries. But the interior helped make all of that happen as well, because they were getting a push. They were kind of disrupting Mateer and forcing him kind of out, and then the edges would come clean things up. They just dominated that Oklahoma interior, man. They held OU to 1.6 yards per carry. The running backs had 2.8 yards per carry. Mateer had 14 runs for 5 yards if you include the sacks. Really, the only play where he broke loose was that holding call in the third quarter that got called back. And I think you've kind of figured out what your top rotation is in there as well.
Yeah.
I think, Canoe in January and Murad Watson and Cole Brevard are kind of like the main 4 guys. And that's a really good rotation. It's very versatile rotation. Big dudes who can eat space, athletic guys who can get upfield. That's a room that we had questions about coming into the year, and they look really, really solid.
So you love to see it. Let's take our first break here, Matt. We'll come back. We will get into your all 22 breakdown. Looking forward to it. It is great every week. If you have not seen it yet, don't go anywhere, because we're only going to be taking a break for 2.5 minutes. We will be back and get to this breakdown of the film from the game. We've still got to get into two big name coaches fired, James Franklin fired, and Brian Callahan in the NFL, both fired today. Well, James Franklin was fired yesterday, but both coaches fired over the weekend. And so we'll get into all of that. The Cowboys lose a game they should not have lost. Lots more to get into. And we'll talk more about Kirby Smart being the biggest cheater of cheaters and why it's a terrible thing. And God, how does that guy sleep at night? I know on a bet of money, but other than that, we'll get to all of that when we come back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue. Football is awesome. Our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean? My
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, Hour 2 of the show. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328 or over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Appreciate you hanging out with us here on a Monday afternoon. It is 5:10 in the afternoon, and OU still sucks. Good to know that here on the show. Good to see. Matt, every week you give us an all-22 breakdown of the game. We can't show the clips, but we can, show screenshots. So we do take some screenshots here. Matt will break them down for you and give you a little different look that maybe you didn't get to see during the game. It's really good stuff every week. So I will hand it over to you, Matt.
All right. Let's hope this works as well as it usually does. I did a little more than usual this week, guys. I apologize in advance. Or you're welcome in advance. I don't know. I pulled 25 plays. I have 166 different screenshots in here for you guys of different plays. Most of them are like of just different segments of the same play. But we're going to go first play here is 11:49 in the first quarter, ball in the 25. This is Sark. This is the first offensive play of the game. This is Sark making things easy for Arch early on in this football game. So you can see they come out here and they got a receiver up here at the top. They're in 12 personnel with 2 tight ends and another receiver down here at the bottom. And then at the mesh point here, you can see that Jordan Washington is down here getting ready to make a block. They're going to run a little play action tight end screen. And Arch holds on to the ball, waits for Washington to disengage from his guy and turn around. He then dumps the ball off to him there, and he is able to move upfield and get a good, easy first down completion, get Arch into a rhythm, and make a nice play for that Texas offense early on. And one of the things I really like about this play is what Cole Hudson did. You can see up here that he is engaged, like he gets a little chip on this defensive tackle here, and then you can see him moving upfield here to help make a block and get Washington a little more space to run. Gooseby is also getting downfield and making a block, and Washington gets the first there. This is 1st and 10. I think this is the very next play, if I'm not mistaken, or very close to it. This is the play that Nick Brooks gets called on the hold. But I want to show this play because it signified to me a change in the way that Texas, or specifically that Trey Wisner is running the football with. In the fact that he, he's a very smart, opportunistic back, and he knows what he needs to do to help set his offensive line up for success. So you can see Arch hands the ball off to him, and he runs all the way up to the line here before he makes his cut to the outside. And what that does is it allows the offensive line to be engaged, and it brings the defenders in so that when he bounces outside, they're already all, kind of washed out. And this is the play where Nick Brooks gets the hold. You can see right here that he is getting that hold. But if he just lets him go, I think you still have the same results even without the hold there, because Wisner waits until then to get around the edge. And one of the things that you see with running backs so often when on outside runs is instead of firing up to the offensive line and then going outside, they'll just take the ball and go straight to the outside, which doesn't really give you the same opportunity to manipulate the defense there. You can see here, this is an alternate view of him hitting the line, and Brooks is engaged with this guy. And if he just lets him go, then Wisner can probably still make the same play. But Wisner breaks free. He makes 3 miss there, and he gets a big gain, but it obviously gets called back for a hold. And this is also the play. This is Nick Brooks right here. He's running straight with Wisner all the way down the field, which I loved. Great effort play by Nick Brooks there, despite the penalty. This is also one that I have in my notes, says improvements to the run game. So we'll come down here. You can see the set that they're in. Moore is coming in motion here. And I think this is a good play by Gooseby to push his guy out, and then Brooks moves his as well on this play. You can see them engaged here, and Gooseby's winning his rep right here. Brooks is winning his rep right here. And then as Wisner's coming through, I think he's coming up this way. And look at this hole, Patrick. You can see Gooseby is moving his guy. Brooks is moving his guy. Hudson's engaged really nicely right here. DJ Campbell's got a piece of his guy. But look how small this hole is right here.
Yeah.
You said it best. I have the same verbiage in my notes. He just gets small, and he gets through the hole. And, I mean, look at that. That's crazy how small he's able to get and find his way and navigate through. I thought Hudson did a nice job too of finding another guy to engage after he started moving as well, and goes here and pushes his guy that way. And it ends up being a nice gain for Wisner there. And you notice as well there's somebody here who's not an offensive lineman. Emmett Mosley comes all the way over and helps in the run blocking here, and gets a nice block here in the middle that helps to spring Wisner for more yardage. So you heard about Trey Wisner, Emmett Mosley being a good blocker downfield. That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about when we say that.
Yes.
So great stuff from Mosley there. All right, next play we got something that I never thought I would write down on a piece of paper this season, Patrick. Brooks and Hudson dominate. We're second and 5, 3:20 to go in the first quarter, ball on the 47. Texas comes out with one tight end, two to the wide side of the field, one on the Mosley's down here at the bottom of your screen. And you can see at the snap here, Brooks is already turning his guy inside. Hudson is getting pushed a little bit by David Stone here. I think that's David Stone. It might be the other guy. I think it's David Stone. But he's getting a push there. And you can see here from the other side, he's keeping his guy at bay here. DJ Campbell is running up to get this linebacker, and Wisner again sees that. He sees Brooks wiping his guy to the side. Gooseby's getting beat a little bit here by this linebacker, but it doesn't matter. Wisner is able to find the crease. And look at this effort by DJ Campbell too, to try and stay in the play and chip this linebacker. But Wisner's able to squeak by him. Ends up getting a few extra yards after that. Great job by the linebacker. And look at this. Emmett Mosley blocking downfield physically. You love to see that. He's heavily involved in this run blocking game, and I love it. I love every second of it. Okay, here's my first wow throw from Arch in this football game. 2nd and 5, 3:01 to go in the first quarter. Ball on the 47-yard line again. You can see the formation here again. 2 to the wide side of the field, 1 down. Emmett Mosley down here to the left, and Endries here at tight end. And you can see what happens here is he's got a pretty nice pocket for a minute there. There's nothing there. He could potentially fire this ball right here, but he's got a linebacker coming up this way. He's got a defensive back right here. This guy's moving left, but or I guess it would be to his right. But he could potentially throw it there. He decides not to. He tries to reset. And you can see here, I love this play by DJ Campbell. He's engaged right here, and he moves his guy all the way to the back and then finishes that play there. Arch is trying to reset, though, and instead of resetting, he decides to use his legs and get out into space to the short side of the field here. And because of that, you can't hit this receiver here. You can't hit Mosley back here, even though he's going to be open on this side of the field. That would be a disastrous throw, maybe one that John Mateer would have tried to make. But he rolls out to his left, and you can see this receiver here notices that Arch, he looks back at Arch and sees, okay, my quarterback's trying to move. I got to move with him, right? So he makes a move back back this way to try to get open in what we call a scramble drill. Arch sees that, and he's getting ready to let the ball go before he passes by this defender, knowing that he's going to be in this little pocket right here. And he ends up making a tremendous throw to the receiver there. I mean, look at that. He's throwing off a 1 foot across his body and makes a just absolute, dot right here to the receiver. And he makes the catch and secures it for a first down. That was DeAndre Moore there on the catch. So great timing and anticipation there from Arch. This is another heads-up play by Arch. 3rd and 29 after, penalties kind of derailed you. You had a negative play, and you're back in what would be a 58-yard field goal if you had to settle for a field goal here on an incompletion. But what happens is you can see the formation here: 2 to the bottom, 1 to the top. 3 to the bottom, 1 to the top. Injuries down here at tight end in the slot. Baker gets whipped by R. Mason Thomas on this play, which, right here, which is nothing to be ashamed about. R. Mason Thomas is playing fantastic football so far this year, so he's going to win some reps. Arch feels that, and he decides, you know what, I'm going to step up. I'm going to see if anything's there. He could theoretically dump it off to one of these guys, but what he sees is that I got a bunch of green grass right here potentially. So I'm just going to use my best feature, and I'm going to use my legs. And if Wisner is able to hold this block here, then, Arch could potentially get forward for even more yards. He's not going to get a first down by any stretch of the imagination, at least realistically. If he can make a guy miss up here, maybe. But he knows he just needs to get some yards for his field goal kicker. So he ends up getting back to the 40-yard line, which, he gets a couple extra yards on there. It gives Texas an opportunity to kick a field goal. They miss it, but he made the right play with what he had in front of him to set up that opportunity. And the kick had the distance. It just dinged off the upright. So that was just an unfortunate turn of events there for the kicker, Mason Shipley. But all right, play 6 here. 8:37 to go in the second quarter. Ball on the 22-yard line, 1st and 10. Another heads-up play here this is play 7. This is Wisner shifting the momentum of the football game. So Texas comes out into 12 personnel here, which has signified we're going to run the football a good portion of this season. You can see Endries here, and you can see Washington here. You go down to the next screenshot here. You can see Endries gets a nice seal on the outside here. And then Wisner, he makes R. Mason Thomas. You can see R. Mason Thomas here getting by his offensive line. I think it was Washington that was supposed to block him right here through. But Wisner is able to make him miss. And you can see that Washington has this is another play that you love to see out of these young players. His guy gets washed out of the play, and he notices that he needs to get upfield to help Wisner a little bit more so he can get extra yardage. So he moves upfield. Wisner keeps going. You can see Livingston about to engage this guy up here. Livingston gets his guy. Washington makes a key block right here to help spring Wisner to the outside. And he just starts running. And you can see Livingston didn't have to blow the guy off his feet, didn't have to keep him engaged. He just had to make some contact on him to spring Wisner, and that's exactly what he did. And Wisner ends up a little bit hobbled. You can tell he doesn't have quite the top-end speed that he had last year. But he gets downfield for a huge game that I thought really shifted the momentum for this offense a lot. And I think my favorite thing about this play is look who is down here trying to make a block 37 yards down the Arch Manning trying to get out there for his guy. He doesn't quite get there in time, but you got to love that effort out of Arch there. All right, this is Arch on the move again. Gooseby gets beat on his rep. You can see the formation here, bunch to the wide side of the field. Livingston up here, and again, this is just Gooseby has a tough rep here. He ends up losing the rep, and our Mason Thomas gets by him again. and you can see that Cole Hudson is here engaged with Nick Brooks. They're kind of double teaming this guy. Baker's got a nice seal on this side. Campbell's locked up with his guy here. And what Arch does is he steps up and moves out to the right side. So he comes up this way, keeps his eyes downfield. You can see him looking with his eyes downfield. You can see him point to the receiver to tell him to change directions, which is exactly what Sark was talking about earlier. Keeping your eyes downfield, communicating with your receivers in those scramble drills. And also look at Campbell still engaged here, even though Arch is well outside the pocket. Love to see that. Arch ends up hitting DeAndre Moore here on a short gain that ends up being a first down on the move. Great use of his legs there. Okay, play number 9. I have in all caps, injuries involved. So we love to see Jack Injuries get involved here. Here's a formation here. Moore is moving to his left in motion, and Injuries is down here at the short side of the field. This is a play where Moore is going to come up and try and carry a defender. Parker Livingston is running a wheel route here to try and get open deep. And then you have Wingo running deep as well, going this way. And Injuries is coming out here short. And DeAndre Moore is going to cut back inside on this route for another short, another short concept there. You can see him right here coming short this way. But what happens here is Wingo carries his defenders deep. Livingston's carrying these guys deep. So the middle of the field is open right here. There's a bunch of space here. And Injuries concept here is that he's going to come to the outside and then double back in. Arch sees that. His defender gets put on skates, and Arch hits him with a little bit of a dot there, and he gets inside the 10 to about the 14, 13 yard line there for a nice gain. Put Texas in good field position. All right, play number 10. Arch trusts his guy to go get it. 3rd and 2 at the 14 yard line here in the second quarter. Still a 0 on the scoreboard for Texas, by the way, this late into the first half. You got trips to the wide side of the field. You got Wingo down here on the short side of the field. And what happens here is that these two guys, which is Injuries and I believe DeAndre Moore, their only responsibility on this play is to get these two defenders out of the play. Livingston is running a little bit of a move here, and then he cuts back inside for a screen. And what Arch does is he puts the ball up into the air where Livingston can use his height and his athleticism to go get it. And that's exactly what he does here. He catches the ball moving forward and ends up getting a nice gain of about 8 on this play. I thought they called the play dead a little early because he ended up springing out and going into the end zone, but they had already called it dead. But you can see his guys engaged here, moving their defenders out of the play after a nice first down there.
Yeah, that was a play where you watch it and you're like, it is really borderline. And I get why they stopped it. I'm not really mad at them stopping it because if they don't blow the whistle, does he get out? And
Probably
you wonder,
not.
and that's the question was like, when you hear the whistle and he gets out right away, but you're like, was that them releasing or did he get out? And my assumption would be, I don't think he gets out if they don't blow the whistle.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think so either. But
still,
I would have liked to have seen it. I would have liked to have seen it. But okay, here is one of my few complaints from Arch on the entire day. Like I said, I got 25 plays in here. Not all of them are positive. This is one of the negative plays where I think Arch needs to be a little bit more confident. This is at the goal line, second down. They run a play action here, and you can see that Livingston is running into grass right here, and Arch is at the back of his drop back here. He needs to rip this football as soon as he gets set, which is about a step later, and then he's got a touchdown to Livingston. But he ends up, and you can see a better view of it right here. like that. I mean, you need to rip that football right there because this guy is not going to be able to get over in time. You can get it over this guy, and you've got a touchdown. But what ends up happening is he kind of hesitates, and then Livingston gets covered, and he ends up throwing it out of the back of the end zone. So a little bit more confidence from Arch in his arm right there would have been nice. They end up settling for a field goal, get their first points of the game. This is play 12, and this is just Arch being slippery. First play of the second half on the 25-yard line. You can see they're in a pretty tight formation here, 12 personnel. Shannon there, Andrews here, and then the receivers there and there. And so what happens here is that Kobe McKenzie, who is, I believe, right here, ends up firing inside and beating his man. So Brooks is trying to get a hat on him right here, but he can't quite do it. McKenzie rushes upfield, but Arch is able to. I think Brooks got a little bit of a hand on him, which may have helped out. But I mean, this looks like a sack, doesn't it, Patrick?
Yeah, it does. I think there is just enough distance in between, but that angle definitely looks like it's going to be a sack.
Yeah, but Arch is able to kind of maneuver to his left, and you can also see Endries right here hanging on for dear life. Arch feels this guy behind him, however, and he's able to get rid of the football off to the flat here to I believe it's Trey Wisner here. I'll show you here in a second, and you love this play from Troy Wisner because this safety, you can't really see him from this angle here. But when Arch lets go of the football, this guy is running downhill as fast as he can at Wisner, right? And Wisner recognizes that. And after he catches the ball, he cuts back upfield and makes the guy miss. Or sorry, that's later on. He cuts it to the right and makes the guy miss, and he's able to salvage a down that otherwise would have been a sack.
Yeah.
And he gets a couple yards. He kind of keeps you on schedule with that play. And that's just a really good job of Arch being slippery in the pocket there. And something
that,
really like to see.
That on schedule, man, that is such a big thing of why that third down conversion rate picked up was instead of it being a sack or even an incompletion, you do get a few yards and now you're putting those third and manageables.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, if you're looking at it from this angle, the line of scrimmage is the 24-yard line. If Arch takes this sack right here, I mean that's a loss of 6 yards or so, and you're looking at 2nd and 16. Now you're looking at 2nd and 9, and that's a big difference. I mean, 2nd and 16 is a drive killer, so that's a big difference. All right, next play I have in my notes, Brooks in all caps. And it's so 2nd and 9 on the 26 right here. You can see that this is a run play here, and Brooks just does a fantastic job of turning his guy outside here, and washing him out of the play. I mean, look, this is the kind of hole that we haven't really seen from the Texas running game in a like almost all season long. Hudson's engaged here. I thought DJ Campbell did a great job too. He's getting pushed back at a certain point, but he's able to kind of reset his feet and move his guy to the outside. Hudson stays engaged here. Goosby's engaged here. And then look at Brooks here too. Finding another guy. He's got his back turned. He redirects and goes after the defender there and gets a hat on him so that Wisner can break through that hole and get a nice gain there. So it's like, that's the kind of stuff that Connor Stroh couldn't do. Right. And those are the kinds of things that Nick Brook has added to this rushing attack that have really helped out in a lot of spaces. Here's another example of a negative play, but Sark had been very patient with, getting stuff underneath and getting quick completions for Arch and all that. He tries to take a shot here, and it just doesn't end up working out. You can see the formation here. Wingo is going to run an out and up this way, and I believe it's Mosley is going to run and up and in. I think I got those backwards, but whatever. You can see them running downfield. Arch is doing a play action here. Gooseby just gets whipped again by R. Mason Thomas, who had a heck of a game here. He just wasn't able to get home a lot of times. He does get home on this play, however, and you can see here by the time that these guys are starting to break on their routes, R. Mason Thomas already has his basically is already contacting Arch on this play. Andrews is kind of trying to run an in over here. Wisner's open in the flat, but it's too little, too late, and it just doesn't end up working out. Arch takes the sack, and Oklahoma finally gets one on him there. But Sark was trying to take a shot, and that's why I think you did not see a lot of deep shots in this game because Oklahoma's got that kind of pass rush, and that's what they tried to stick to against Florida. And what they got away from in this game. And they just try to take opportunities where they could get them instead of relying on it, which I thought was a big change. Play number 15 here. Arch doesn't get greedy. This was one of my favorite plays of the entire game from Arch because he trusts Trey Wisner on this play. So you can see the formation here. And then R. Mason Thomas jumps off sides. Texas snaps the ball, and it's like typically, and my guy Brooks said this really well the other day. I think it was yesterday. Typically, when you get an offsides call like this, you're coached to take a shot and try and get an explosive play because it's a free play, right? Just find somebody downfield and launch it because it's a free play. But what Arch does here instead is he realizes that Trey Wisner is wide open.
Well, yeah, and if you look at everybody else, you're launching into double coverage, basically. Mm-hmm. And I know there's two guys over there and two defenders and a safety on the back. There, you can chunk it, but there's almost 0% chance of a play happening.
Correct. And what Arch sees here is like, okay, I've got my guy wide open in the flat, and there's nobody around him. Yeah. The only guy that can make a play on this, since this receiver is carrying his defensive back this way, the safety is coming down to crash this, and he makes the right decision. Like the safety is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He's just too far away from the play to make an impact. So Arch gets it to him, and Wisner realizes like, okay, this guy's screaming down on me. I just got to step one way, and I can make this guy miss. And he does just that, and he's able to get downfield for a huge gain there for 12, 13 yards, get the ball across the 50. And another nice, not quite explosive, but good chunk play there for Arch in the passing game. Play number 16. I finally give props to Brandon Baker. It's he's had a rough year so far, but he makes a good play here. Here's your formation. Moore coming in motion, and you can see one of the things that happens in this play is this is a running play, and one of the things that's so important about this type of concept is your offensive line moving their guys to the right, and all three of these or all four of these guys, Gooseby, Brooks, Hudson, and Campbell, are all washing their defenders to the right. Baker is also able to move his guy. He doesn't pancake him or anything like that, but he's able to move him off of his spot and wash him out of the play, which allows Wisner to break up field a little bit. Livingston's getting a nice block here, and you're able to get another solid chunk there and move the chains in the run game. And this is, again, stuff that we had not seen all season long from this Longhorns run blocking scheme. Play 17, run blocking in all caps. 2nd and 1, 11:24 to go in the third quarter, ball on the 40. Texas still down 6-3. So they're still trailing in the football game, but they're sticking to their plan. Here it's a tight formation. And then you move down here, and you can see that that Brooks, Hudson, and Campbell all seal their guys here. So Brooks is sealing this guy here. Hudson is able to move in up here. You can see that DJ Campbell also gets a hand on this guy to help out Brandon Baker before he moves up to number 7 here to help out there. And Wisner sees that these guys are all washing their guys to the left. He sees Campbell in front of him. And you can see that push from Campbell and that block from Baker affect David Stone enough to where he's kind of out of position. Wisner's able to move this thing upfield and get a nice gain here. And he falls forward for another first down there for Texas. All right, let's move on to play 18. Make sure I got this. Oh, hold on. All right. I have here in all caps, Archibald can move. So this is 3rd down and 4, 9:58 to go, ball on the 25-yard line. You got injuries down here at this on the short side of the field. You got stacked receivers here in the slot, and you got Wingo up top here. Arch is looking for the wheel route right here from Livingston. The primary route, I believe. Let me see here. So his primary read is over here. It gets taken away. So Arch rolls left. And this is Wingo kind of running with him. He sees that Arch is scrambling, so he stops. And yeah, I mean, you could theoretically try to layer that ball in there to Ryan Wingo, but it's kind of an unsafe play because you got a defensive back here. This guy has his hips turned, but that's a really tough throw. But Arch sees Wingo is trying to get open for him here, and Wingo turns around and runs back this way, and Arch sees it, goes across his body. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, tough throw.
That's an incredibly tough throw. And he gets it right into to Wingo's breadbasket. Instead of trying to move upfield with it, which is, obviously when you catch the ball, you want to move with it and you want to try and get upfield. But he knows the situation of the play. He knows that it's it's 3rd down, so he just needs to secure the catch and move the chains, and that's exactly what he does. He secures the catch, gets down, moves the chains, and Texas, doesn't have to settle for a field goal there. They get to continue their drive. So this is 3rd down and 8, and this is the busted coverage that Sark was talking about. So Livingston is the primary read here. He's coming across the middle. I don't know what the concept was supposed to be for DeAndre Moore, because Sark said that he wasn't supposed to run this route. But what happened here, which I should have gotten a screenshot of that, apologies, but what happened here that confused Oklahoma is that Wisner went in motion this way, and it caused confusion with these 3 guys up here. So this guy didn't know his assignment. This guy didn't know his assignment. This guy probably knew, like, okay, I gotta squat on this guy. But there was confusion between these 2 guys on the back end here. And Moore just runs right past them, and Arch sees it immediately, layers the football over. And look at Moore. He's like screaming for it. Arch sees him though, and he lays it over those guys for an easy touchdown there. First touchdown of the game for Texas. They take the lead. And I took this screenshot because you can see Peyton Bowen right here, just looking like with his hands up in the air, like, what the hell just happened?
That wasn't my guy.
Yeah, and this guy's looking back like, what the hell? So. Great job by Arch and DeAndre Moore to recognize that and score a touchdown. This is the infamous Livingston throw. This is 3rd and 6. You got the ball on your own 9-yard line. Still a close game at 10-6, 5:56 to go in the 3rd quarter. This is the best throw Arch has made all season long. What Livingston is going to do is he's going to run up and out, and Hudson just gets whipped here by this Oklahoma defensive tackle. I mean, you can see he's bent over and trying to do anything he can to affect that guy. He just can't do it. This guy flushes Arch out of the pocket. And, this is like Sark said, typically if this was early on in the season, Arch just probably would have let this thing go and thrown it away or thrown it into the ground. But he moves to the right. He keeps his eyes downfield. And as this guy's kind of affecting his throw here by getting after his feet here, he's just letting it rip. And I mean, look at the body contortion here by Arch, just like sheer arm talent right there, because he's got no base to throw from here. I mean, he's throwing off of 1 foot, and he's still able. And there's another angle of it here. I mean, Livingston's 25 yards downfield from where he's letting go of the football, and look at the accuracy.
Put that right.
2 defenders here. Only one place your guy can make a catch on this football. And he puts it right there.
That's one of those plays you see a lot of times. A guy throw it too far to the outside to try and play it much safer, and put it out where my guy can get it. But Livingstone wasn't going to be there at that time because Arch is rushed, so he has to. He just throws a good pass instead of trying to do the safest possible thing. Still safe, still works, but you see a lot of guys throw those just too wide.
Yeah, I mean, and when you don't have a base to throw from, there is a million different things that this ball could do.
Yeah,
it could. Let me get to this other angle right here. Like it could fall short right here, or down here somewhere. It could sail on you.
It could sail. You see a safety sitting right over the top of it too.
Yep, and if you put it a little bit too far left, these two guys can either break it up or they can intercept the football. But he puts it right on the money. And frames Livingston up there, and he's able to get his feet down, which when you're moving full speed to the right at the sideline and you still have the wherewithal to get your feet down and secure the catch, that's a good receiver right there too. So props to Livingston. Play 21. I got a few more for you left. All I have here is Arch trusts his guy, or it says trust your guy. So we're 3rd and 7 here, ball on the 32-yard line of Texas's own 32-yard line. Three to the top of the screen. Endries here to the bottom, and Campbell has to pick up a guy on an inside stunt, and Baker also gets beat on this play. So Arch has to check it down. So you can see this guy's rush looks like he's going to rush in here. What he actually does is cuts back inside to Campbell. And Baker is getting beat on this play because of that. He's getting beat inside. Good job by Hudson here, too, to recognize that. He knows that Brooks is going to engage with this guy and move him in. And so he, changes his direction and moves to help on the stunt there with Campbell. And Arch just decides, you know what, I'm going to step out a little bit, and I'm going to just dump it off to my guy. And you can see, again, it's the same thing as earlier. This safety is trying to crash down on Trey Wisner, and all he has to do with all this guy's momentum heading forward or heading towards him is make a cut to the left. And he does that. He's able to cut it upfield and get a big gain. And then look at big number 54. After all that work he did, he's moving down the field to help block for Wisner, and he's able to get a block there. I mean, look, this is right after Wisner makes the catch. Hudson's all the way over here, and he moves downfield, helps get this block here to help spring Wisner. And we're not done, Patrick. Big number 0 right there, DeAndre Moore. Look at him directing Wisner, like go this way. I'm gonna block Bowen. Get behind me, and I'm gonna block him. You go right. He does just that, and is able to get him a couple more yards because he moved Bowen out of the play, and Wisner gets a real nice gain there. And he's able to fall forward up to about the 48, 47-yard line. Just great downfield blocking. It's something we had complained about a lot this season with the downfield blocking from the receivers and the offensive linemen moving downfield. And, they were able to get it done on a lot of these plays that they hadn't been able to do that before. So you got to love to see that. This is play 22. I have this listed as more of this, please. So here's a formation here. One guy at the top of the screen, 2 to the bottom. Injuries at tight end. Campbell pulls here to the left. This is a zone read from Arch. Gooseby wins his rep right here. Pushes his guy inside. Arch keeps it. And I guess I skipped a screenshot here, but Arch takes it to the left. Dalen McCutcheon also gets a nice little chip on a guy out here that springs Arch for just enough to get the first down, and that was pretty big there. Okay, play 23. 3 plays left for you. This one I have listed as a big boy throw. So here's a play, and I'll try to speed this up a little bit because I know we're running out of time here. Campbell's getting pushed back, and he's but he's able to regain his ground and push Stone out of the play and allow Arch to step up into the pocket. And you can see Wingo kind of coming up to make some or trying to come up into space there. Arch sees him. He fires it. Just a nice 20-yard throw there on 3rd and long that doesn't get a first down, but it puts them in position for a field goal, and they hit it. And you can see Wingo secure it there. Big time throw. Yeah. Play 24.
And by the way,
How?
Hey, big time call by Sark to kick a field goal. Big time call.
Yes. Big time call. 2nd and 5, ball on the 42. It's 20-6 right now. So the game's pretty much in the bag. But this one just is titled How. Here's formation here. You can see it's a play action. Brooks moves his guy off the ball. It's not a play action. It's a run. Brooks moves his guy off the ball. Look how small this window is. And somehow, I seriously, I don't know how. Why? Like, look at this.
Yeah.
Wisner's
leaning back, putting his feet forward to get through, spelunking.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going caving.
Exactly. And he's able to squirt through that hole somehow and get a first down. Great job by the offensive line, by the way. And look at the effort by Brandon Baker here to just push his guy away from the play and try and just get that little bit of extra space for Wisner. And that moves the chains. And then our final play. Have you seen the Chappelle Show, Patrick?
I've seen a lot of Chappelle Show, yes.
Okay. This one's titled Game Blouses. So Winston comes in motion here, going this way. This ends up being a zone read. You can see him looking back to get set in motion here. And then what he ends up doing is coming back. So it's a zone read here. Arch decides to keep it because he sees 97 crashing down on Wisner. Keeps it, goes to the outside. You see Washington getting a nice block here. You see Winston out here on his guy. You see Wingo out here engaging his guy. Arch makes number 7 miss. He's able to move downfield, get a big gain, and then he has the wherewithal to slide.
Stay in bounds, slide, keep the clock running. And then I guess I didn't put – here it is. And then he waves goodbye to the Sooner fans. So do you think they made him pancakes at the state fair?
They may have. So yeah, great stuff by the offensive line, great stuff by Arch, great stuff by the receivers, great stuff by Wisner. Just overall, this is their most complete offensive performance that I've seen all season long.
Very good stuff there, Matt. Very good. It was great to see them actually get there. And yeah, the Trey Wisner runs, just so many of them. Like, how does he get through? And you can tell because somebody else comes in and they're too late on it, or they don't see where that little hole is. Trey Wisner is able to get it going. Appreciate you getting that done, Matt. I know my man Chan on the text line says he loves the all 22, but he was worried we were going to run out of time. So he's still looking out for me. He wants to make sure we don't run out of time.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was going that long. So
it's all good. We're going to take our second break real quick, come back, hit the meathead of the day, and wrap it up on a Monday edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got a great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Monday afternoon. We'll push the talk about the coaching and all of that till tomorrow after Monday Night Football. 2 games tonight, Matt. We get the Falcons and the Bills. Can the Falcons show up? And I mean, the Bills lost a game last week to the Patriots. So we'll see that game. That's up in about 15 minutes. And then the Bears and Commanders at 7:15. Jaden Daniels coming back, trying to put another win on the board for the Commanders there. Some good stuff. But it's time to get into our meathead of the day, Matt. And this image right here, really meathead of the day is Eberflus, because good Lord, Matt. We showed all the Trey Wisner holes and trying to figure out where to run. Have you ever seen a bigger hole for a running back to get through? There's one dude in front of him and everyone else is to the sides.
That is atrocious.
It is crazy.
Can you imagine what the Texas offensive line would have to do to make that kind of a hole? They'd have to have like 10 guys out there. I've never seen a hole that big.
No, it is. And by the way, you can cut all of those hole jokes if you want, everybody. But but that is the craziest thing I have seen a screenshot of. That there's just nobody ready for it, and this is why Rico Dottle looks so much better right now, because if you're able to create things like that and open up the offensive line like that, the defensive line like that, yeah. I mean, I feel like if you're the running back, you're like, did they blow the whistle? Did I miss something? What is happening?
Like your eyes, if you're Rico Dowdle, have to be like huge. Yeah. Like, oh my God.
I need to work on my peripheral vision because I can't see.
Yeah, like imagine what Bijan Robinson could do with that hole.
You know what? He could have used
instant,
that hole.
Instant tutty. Instant.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous Dallas defense. They look like maybe they were taking a step forward and then all falls apart against the Carolina Panthers. And that's not what you wanted to see for the Dallas Cowboys. That was one of those ones you needed to pretend that you were going to have a shot here later in the second half of the season. And now Now I may feel like Jerry Jones is like, really thought we had that one in the bag. Thought, we got to win last week, and then we'll get, we'll win this one, and we'll get above 500, and then we'll all be feeling pretty good. And not the case. Not the case at all.
I said, I think it was last week or the week before, if the Cowboys don't score 40 or close to it, they're not going to win football games.
Nope. And that was the case in the game yesterday. All right, we're going to wrap it up today. Get you ready to send you to watch Bijan Robinson and the Falcons if you so choose to watch that game. But we will be back tomorrow to continue breaking down Oklahoma, to get into some of the other action that happened this weekend, to start getting ready as they move into their SEC schedule. And now everybody can't say Texas has not won a game or played well against anybody good this year. We can move past that and get ready for the rest of the season. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Appreciate the great work by Matt on the All 22. We'll be back tomorrow, but until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.